Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an amazing Mother's Day, Mother's Day, Mother's Day. How is everybody doing? Oh my goodness. I know that a lot of you had, when it comes on to Mother's Day, we have, all kinds of different emotions, run deep on Mother's Day. Either people are very, very happy or people get very, very sad. So I just want to say happy Mother's Day to everyone who is watching. Oh, wow. This is awesome. Awesome. So happy that you've joined us. And I know a lot of you didn't bother to cook today. You didn't need to cook today, right? You either went to eat, go out, you went out to eat, or the children cooked for you. Is that you? And I know there's some mothers who just like to cook their own food. All right. So here's a song that we were trying to play at the beginning. Let's see if the internet allows us to play it. Go ahead, Dave.
Sweet mother, sweet mother, I never forget you for the suffer when you suffer for me. Sweet mother, I never forget you, mama, for the suffer when you suffer for me.
Yes, yes, yes. Sweet mother, sweet mother. And I I know that we can all attest to our our moms and what they mean to us. And so tonight I would like us to just start writing in the comment section about our mother. Is there any when you think of mother, your own mother, what comes to mind? Okay? Let's hope it's good things. So Judy Jukes, good night and a happy Mother's Day. We spoke today. Bajan Boy, good night. Teroni Hall, good night. I missed your call, Teroni. But I know you were calling to tell me happy Mother's Day. Queen D, happy Mother's Day. Monica Inns, good night. Happy Mother's Day. Hope you had a lovely, lovely day. Marcia saying happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, to Marcia Weeks, and to all the loyal opposition sons and daughters. A blessed good evening. I love that. Lucinda Aline, happy Mother's Day. And this is Leo's Lion. I don't know if it's a male or female. Okay. Diana Husbands, happy Mother's Day. Shirley, I think that's female. Oh, happy Mother's Day, Shirley. Flojo Maloney. Flojo sounds female. Happy Mother's Day, Serlene Clark. Happy Mother's Day, Marva Howard. Happy Mother's Day, Teroni again. Carol. Hey, Carol. Happy Mother's Day. Sandra Watkins. Happy Mother's Day. Good night, Wayne. How are you? Yes, we all the ladies received that from you, Wayne. Okay. And M. Gardner. Is M. Gardner? I think I know M. Gardner. I think it's a female. Happy Mother's Day. I'm going to go out on a limb. Sandra Pears, happy Mother's Day. Sandra Watkins, happy Mother's Day. Yes. Oh, Sandra Watkins is saying that she lost her mom 10 years next month, and she was the best mom. I am who I am because of her, the best cook. Sandra, what did she use to cook? What was your favorite meal that she cooked? Anybody out there, you can remember one wonderful thing about your mother. I can tell you one about mine. My mother was very, very strong on education. And, though we were growing up in a very tough neighborhood where you will call, in Jamaica, we call those ghetto areas, Big Lane, Central Village, really tough community. She would make sure that we did our homework. She made sure that we got our education. And she made sure that I went to church. So I'm grateful to my mom for that. I have an education today because of my mother. And I want to publicly just to say thank you to her. And she's still alive, thank God. But I know that some of you have lost your moms. And I just want to we just want to be very sensitive to that, and we know we have all kinds of emotions on a day like today. But I hope you sat down and had some good memories, things that would make you smile about her, things she would say, so that's great. Hi, Matthew. Hey, Matthew B. Oh, wonderful, Matthew B. Thank you. Thank you. Anybody with anything, any memories of your mom before we move on? Let's do a little special on mom. Oh, Sandra says black eyed peas and fish cuckoo soup and any and everything she put her hands on. Didn't go to no hotel school, but she could put any chef to the test. Oh Lord. You think who think their mother food was better than Sandra's food? Who said my mother could cook better? Just kidding. But Sandra, that's wonderful. And that's good to have those good memories. Because I know sometimes you go to cook the black eyed peas and the fish cuckoo and the soup, you remember her and you try to cook it like her. I hope, do you get it like her? Hey, Lori. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Sandra said she makes the best pone too. You mean cassava pone? Because in Jamaica we have cassava pone and we have sweet potato, cornmeal pone, and sweet potato too. Yeah. Oh, Alvin said he remembers his mother for the love that she gives. Ah, and is she still with you, Alvin? Andrea said she miss her soup. Yes, soup is such a nice, comforting food. Yes, and the cassava. Ah, oh, so she made a great cassava. Wow. Well, guess what? I got get into talking about moms, and I clearly forgot the anthem. Oh, Shirley says, my mom was the most beautiful person and caring, very strict, and made sure we attended Sunday school and church. Yes, I miss her each day and every day. And you can do things to honor her, right? So that when you remember her, you're when she comes to mind, that you're honoring her. You do things in her memory. Yeah. Yes, your mom is gone, but the memory still lives on. Yes, 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 yes. Oh wow. Well, when we come back, I think it would be good to, we could start off a little light tonight and remember our moms tonight. And I will also talk about those who have lost children in this time as well. Okay, but let's go. Yes, let's go to the anthem, and when we get back from the anthem, then we will continue our conversation. Please remember to like and to share and to subscribe. But right now, let's stand as we play the national anthem of Barbados. Yes, guys. Yes, yes, Barbados. Yes, Barbados. Today we continue to fly the Barbadian flag very, very high as we celebrate our mothers. And they are part of the foundation of this country. And we're going to continue just to spend a few more minutes talking about her mothers. And so I would like for you in the comment section to write one thing that um, you really love about your mom, whether she's here with us or she's gone on, right? She's passed. Go ahead and write it in the comment section. In the meantime, I want to also recognize those mothers who might have lost their children. So they're mothers, but they lost their children. We know of Jonathan Chase's mother, and I said a prayer for her today because while I was celebrating Mother's Day, I turned to Dave and I said, "Wow, Dave, Jonathan Chase's mom. I just imagined how it must be for her, and not only for her, but all of those mothers who lost young men to gun violence this year, or any mother who lost their children this year." Or whenever, even if it's, years gone by, the pain is still there and the hurt is still there. So we send out a prayer and just that consciousness, and we send out that love to those mothers this evening. We also remember, as I said, those who have lost their own mothers as well. But what about those who are mothers, but they were never pregnant, but they mentor children, they're teachers. You might be a teacher and you love your children in your class, in your classroom, your students, and you give to them, you take care of those children. You're a mother to them, and we want to acknowledge you. Some of you are guardians. I know there's two young children, both mother and father died, and they're part of our school, and it's the aunt that's taking care of them. You're a mother, though you did not give birth naturally, right? But you might have adopted, or in a case where you're the caregiver, you're the guardian. And so we want to acknowledge all kinds of mothers today, those who mentor, those who pray. Sometimes you have spiritual mothers, within a church setting, or the whole faith area of faith. We have mothers as well. So yeah. So while we do that, I would like to hear some of your thoughts. Hi, Errol Calendar, Marva Hunt, um, Judith Ann Clark. Right, she lost hers 19 years ago, and she can never be forgotten or replaced. Yes, that's your mother for you. That's your mother. That's your mother for you. Uh, that's wonderful. And anybody remember any favorite meals, or is there anything that that she would do for you that you remember? Edwin Price, I have not seen or heard you in a long time. How is the family doing? The wife and children? Okay. No, no, nothing more about mothers. Well, if there's nothing else, we're going to move on. I want to let you know that last night I went to the opening of the St. James North constituency office of Mrs. Dujon. And I went because I was invited as media. When I got there was CBC there. That's great. CBC was there. And you also had, I think it's The Nation was there. I'm not sure if Barbados Today was there, but I think Barbados Today was there. Everybody was there. I was there as well. And so we have some footage that's going to come up. Dave will let me know when we're ready to show that. It was a beautiful evening. I would say there was more prayer than anything else. They had 4 ministers praying from 4 different churches. You had the Catholic priest, you had Reverend David Durant. There's Reverend Payne, who is part of the, he lives in the constituency as well. And there was Reverend John Carter. And it was quite interesting, how involved everybody was in the prayer. I was a little stunned at that. And there were two short speeches given by Mr. Ravthorne and, of course, the lady of the hour, Miss Dejean, and her two boys were there as well. And it was a very nice event that we had there. I think Dave has something there for us. This is Miss Dejean. So let's just, and what we're watching tonight is the opening of the St. James North constituency office. St. James North. Go right ahead, Dave. Thank you.
Come on, sit.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, proud members of the Democratic Labour Party. Good evening. Good evening to the constituents of St. James North. And I stand here on the grounds not only of our forefathers and foreparents, but also for the children. Tonight, we are making a declaration for the future of our children. This is my son, McClean, who was born October 24th, 2016. And this is my other son, the baby, Hassani Clark, who was born June the 2nd, 2020. So we would say he's a COVID baby. And many times we wonder why we do what we do. And I stand here with them tonight to represent why we do what we do. We do this for the future of this country. We do it for our children. We do it for the elderly. And we do it because we have the strength at this time to make a difference in their lives, to make a difference in the lives of their friends, make a difference in the lives of the friends of their family. I know you guys are tired. They went swimming all day, so they're a little exhausted. I would first like to thank the constituent who was kind enough to donate this office so that constituents can come and feel free in this open and sacred place. This is a place where you can come and share your concerns, your joys, your dreams, your desires, and you know that we will be there to listen to them. Today was a day, I would say, opened up a portal for me. I was energized this morning. I knew I was going to a canvas. I had my book bag, my stickers, and we were ready because it was hot. I had my water. I was prepared to start canvassing and do what we usually do every day, every morning from 9 o'clock, we're out. And the first house that I hit this morning broke me into pieces. I can't remember the last time I cried so much. I met a constituent who shared his story with me, and it was the first time in a long time that I saw a man cry, and that broke me, because we are accustomed to men being strong. We are accustomed to our brothers leading the society, leading the constituency. And for him to do that in my presence as a woman, it empowered me. It made me feel that what I'm doing is the right thing, regardless of all the obstacles that I've come through. And we have seen it in the media. I wish to inform our constituents that this location, this structure, though it's a physical structure, this is the place where you can come and share all the concerns that you have. This is the place where we, myself and my team, from the Democratic Labour Party and also all of the volunteers from this constituency will be working on your behalf. As we've said before, this is not about celebrity. This is not about how much money we have to spend in this campaign. This is not about who has the best office. This is about the people. This is about the people that we will serve with our best interests, their best interests, and we ask nothing from them. All we ask of them is to be there and to trust us. Trust who we are. Trust that we will ensure that we speak on your behalf. Trust that Felicia Dujon will fight your fight. Trust that you know that Felicia is courageous enough to walk in the lion's den. I was told a few days ago that, Ms. Dujon, are you aware you're in the lion's den? I said, well, I'll speak to the lions. I will speak with them because something is not right here. We see it and we know it. So I'm asking all constituents to fear not, to have courage, to trust us. I know it's very difficult to do so, but this is the time. Our policies will be there to guide you, and those policies will be done on your behalf. And they will derive from your issues and your concerns. I have been walking through every village, every street, and many persons in some, I would say in the other party, laugh at me with my little notebook. But I'm a teacher. I walk everywhere with a pen and notebook, just in case I meet a student or something drops in. And I write down your ideas, your thoughts, your concerns, because it is my role and my duty. It is not something I take lightly. And in writing those ideas, your concerns, it's how we go to draft the plans of this constituency. We didn't come here to play. We don't have the time, nor the resources in this country, so that we can waste the time of constituents. That has been done for the last 7 years. The country is highly indebted at this point, millions and billions of dollars in debt. So we don't have the money. And so we'll have to come together as a constituency to work together. It means that we'll have to take care of the children, to ensure that there are programs for them, whether it's after-school programs and activities. I look forward where every child in this constituency can swim. Why? Because you're very close to the ocean, and I believe every child should learn to swim in this country. It's a life-saving skill. I wish to know that every child has some kind of activity, whether it's a Boy Scouts or Brownings or something of that nature. Any activities that will build their resilience, even karate. I look forward into mothers, the single mothers. I have spoken to many of them. Some of them became single mothers because their spouses died, are deceased very recently, and some through COVID. They became single mothers, not out of their own fault, and they now have to struggle to build the resilience to take care of their families. I look forward in providing the support that is there for them, whether it's entrepreneurial skills, whether it's in training skills and vocational skills, or whether we can advocate on their behalf so that single mothers can get at least some money every month. We do it for the foreign investors. We can do it for our mothers. They are the backbone of this constituency. I look forward that my government, which is the government of the DLP, that my party, the party of the people.
Okay, so that is just a little bit, and we're going to hopefully try to get that up on our site. And as I said, I was invited to that, and as someone from the media, and I was able to bring that to you. I have said on the show that it is important that we also feature the others who are independent candidates, or they are running on a third party, as we call them, a third party or another party. And I have reached out up to today. I asked them if do they have any videos, do they have what do you have that I can also showcase, and I'll wait to see if any response. I have not had any response concerning that. I do know that Miss Stephanie Williams reached out to me yesterday and said that she's going to try her best to be here on Wednesday so we can also get to know her. And we would have the only interview we have of Alex Mitchell would be what I took that I recorded. The interview I recorded on nomination day, and we were able to show it on the show. That's the only one I have. I've not yet heard from him. And a lot of times with these third party candidates, they are it takes them a little time to get everything together because funding and so on. So let us kind of, give them some time. I know it's only 10 days away, but we want to remind you that they're also running, they're also candidates. And I'm mentioning them because really and truly, the opposition, as a loyal opposition, what we're really saying, and I hear you, you send me your messages, I understand what you're saying, is that a vote for any of them is an opportunity to expand the opposition. A vote for the BLP candidate will not be good for democracy. And I hear you and I understand. And so I am saying that we are really pushing the three candidates, those two from the third party and Felicia from the DLP. But as I said, I have not gotten any material as yet from them. Okay, so I'm waiting on that. So in case you wonder why we haven't shown it, and I'm begging Mr. Murray just 5 minutes. He's coming in very soon. But Dave, if you get ready with that very short video, but I wanted to make some mention of people's comments about their mother. Lily Haven said, "My mother was a beautiful angel sent down to earth from heaven. Her light shone brightly. Her smile was radiant. She was proud of us and loved us deeply. Her light continues to shine." Sandra Charles says, "My mom was an excellent baker, loved to cook and entertain, a cheerful giver." And anybody, I just want to make sure I'm honoring. Or Rameem says, "Hey Rameem, my mommy made the best natural juices. Tamarind was my favorite." I could see you smiling and saying that. Shirley says, "My mom always took me shopping and made sure she made all my favorite foods and cakes whenever I visited her in New York." Oh, that is lovely. That is lovely. That is lovely. It's good to remember our moms. Yeah. Those who have lost their moms. All right. Now, Dave, are you ready? No, when I got to St. James North constituency office, the opening of that office last night, I was surprised. There was an official song. So I know somebody from the loyal opposition overseas created a song for Miss DeJean, which they are grateful for because I've heard it play. I heard that it was played on the DLP TV. And I know they promote it a lot. And Mr. John is when I sent it to her, she was very appreciative. Oh, she loved it. But they've also created something more cultural. All right. And what we did, I want to put a caveat on this, very, very important. What we did, we just went and we got some footage and put together, but this is not the official video of the campaign. So we're not going to share it unless we get permission. We wanted to share the song with you, and we didn't want to do it in a black screen. All right. So this is coming from the opposition, the loyal opposition. All right. So here we go. Go right ahead there.
We voting for Alicia, yes, we voting for Alicia. We voting for Alicia, yes, we voting for Alicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. Alicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. Alicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. Alicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. And honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is a problem, but Dujan is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujan. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujan. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujan. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujan. What for a brighter tomorrow? Let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent Competent visionary with mission driven quality. Forget the old talk around, do jump bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John.
All right, all right, all right. You loving it? Somebody said, Judy, I know you love any song that is going to make you dance. No, remember, as I said, we just collected something really, really quick today and threw together so we can present it and didn't use a black screen. So it's interesting for watching. However, though it is the official campaign song, this is not the official video of the campaign. Okay. Let me bring Mr. Murray into the studio. Mr. Murray, are you ready? But give me a thumbs up if you're ready.
I'm ready.
I think.
That's it.
Good evening, Mr. Murray. How are you?
I'm good, and good evening to you on a personal, not belated, rather late in the day. Happy Mother's Day greetings to you. And Dave, because he was participant in the acts of him. Don't forget.
No, not at all. And I send a happy Mother's Day to your wife as well, who have you well adorned tonight. I love that blue.
Thank you. Lynette, she likes the blue. Yeah, thank you. She takes good care of me. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I know you're a music man. You're a man of the arts too, not just media. And you heard this was now the local and actually the official campaign song of Mr. John. Though they love Mr. John. I sent it to her the night when the viewer from, I think it was Canada who did that other song. But this is their official campaign song. You liking it?
Yeah, and I can hear some zouk in it or something like that. Some kind of solution kind of influence in it in the beat. There's a different tone to Barbadian produce something like that.
Yes.
The rhythm and the whole delivery and whatnot. But it's interesting and it's different.
Let's listen to it one more time because I know you are a big music guy. Dave, can we hear it one more time? Are we set up to hear it one more time?
We voting for Alicia, yes, we voting for Alicia. We voting for Alicia, yes, we voting for Alicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with two John. And this voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence. A woman of integrity, good character and morality. The big man is the problem, but Dujon is the big solution. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. But for a brighter tomorrow, let me make it clear. It is morals over money any day of the year. A competent visionary with mission-driven quality. Forget the old talk around, do jump bring it through her presentation. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Dujon.
All right. And
it has a good hook line and it's catchy and it's quite memorable. If you know, they were using similar instruments to what we were using Barbados, but there was no tuck, there was no spoof, it was just a different tone and feel to it. But it's enjoyable.
Yes, people are loving it. They love it. And so remember, Tony, I don't know if Tony, did you just join? I'm not sure if you just joined. So you said the song is good, but not impressed with the content of the video. Remember what I said. We didn't want to show a black screen with the song. So we put something quickly so that we could bring something to you tonight. Okay. It is not their official video. Sometimes it's a matter of when people join, and I want to be very clear so that you do not think that they put something out substandard. It is not their official video. I'm going to say that as many times as possible so that is clear. Okay, Tony, thank you. All right, but the rest of everybody, they like, oh, the lyrics. Somebody said I love the lyrics, and she's okay, but she's not showing the children. We just put that in there so that we can yeah, we can yeah, we can yeah. Okay, Tony Paris understands. Wonderful. All right, lovely. So you can listen out. I'm sure they will do their official video and able to put it out. Okay. Well, Mr. Murray, how are you? I mean, I know when you I saw your topic that you sent me, and I think Dave is going to be getting ready to put up your slides now. But I just want to take this opportunity to say to you, Mr. Moore, we so appreciate what you do, the kind of research that that you do, and that you bring to us, and we appreciate that. Okay.
I welcome the opportunity to share with the public the information, the knowledge, the experience that I've had. Otherwise, it would probably go to waste. There are not too many people who have been involved in these things of my generation alive today. So I think it's a privilege to be able to put this on record and share it with the public. So thank you also for the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, the floor is yours, Dave. We are ready.
If I may therefore introduce to the public, the title of the presentation is St. James North Campaign Report, 10
Yes.
days out. So we have 10 days before voting day. It's on the 21st of May. So I thought it'd be useful to give some of my impressions, some of my observations, some of my knowledge of, based on the theory, based on I used to be a reporter, I covered it, I evaluated as a columnist, and then I became involved as a practitioner. So I've had multifaceted roles in politics. So I thought that kind of background of theory and practice and hands-on experience would serve me in good stead in seeking to give you an insight into what were my observations of the campaign so far. And basically, all campaigns have a certain, are supposed to have a structure and an approach to lead to the ultimate goal of victory for the candidate or the candidates and parties. It's supposed to be methodical and calculated, based almost, campaigning today is almost a form of science, almost social science. So lots of factors going to do, I suppose, if well done, are supposed to go into making decisions amongst the campaign. And one of the hallmarks of the campaign is that, just like having sex, you're supposed to build to a timely and satisfying climax.
All right. Yes.
So a campaign just doesn't start. You schedule what you want to do at certain points to get certain results, to move to the next stage, to move to the
Yes.
ultimate climax of the campaign. And ideally, the term used, people seek to peak about a day, 2 days, so before the actual voting. Because if you peak too early, it means that you lose your momentum and your license slip in the eyes of the public. The desire and the acceptance and enthusiasm for it would wane if you reach that peak early. So therefore, good campaigns seek, like I said, move towards putting everything on the peak a day or two before the actual voting. So the rest is just reinforcement and picking up and whatnot. So I think that because the BLP has been the one calling the election, they would have had prior notice of what they want to do when. So they would have had a decided advantage. Remember, we spoke some weeks ago about the advantage of incumbency. Well, they are the incumbent in office party making the decisions, and therefore they can make calculated decisions.
Mr. Murray, there seemed to be some ruffling of papers in your sound. So the paper, something, there's something there that making a noise.
Maybe my hand was touching some leaves of my notebook. Has it gone now? It's gone now?
Yeah, I don't hear anything now.
Okay, yeah. All right. So, like I said, the BLP as the incumbent party would have had the advantage of being able to choose the timing of this event, and that is quite legal, and they did all because their stipulated times by law under the Representation of People Act, when a by-election where a seat must be filled etc., etc. So they would have formed the law and used it to their advantage. Because wherever president in party has access to these opportunities, these powers, these abilities, and they use it to their advantage.
Wow, the noise is still there. I don't know why. I never heard. We never had that before. So it's hard,
It's hard to hear.
difficult.
I'm not.
Anybody is hearing a noise, or is
I'm
it
not
just
hearing.
me?
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. So like now there's nothing, but as soon as you start, there's something like the keep going, sir. Let me
Okay,
see.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry with that. So therefore, they would have had. They would have set the deadlines, and so they were off the ground early by their own choosing. They would have been able to. How you see all the early signs of all the paraphernalia, the caps, the flags, the music, all the items that are part of a modern campaign that are meant to affect the person's minds favorably towards that party or candidate, and and induce them to support and vote for the candidate. But to me, it was overdone. I think it just shows the access they have to patronage and money and resources, and they use it to the hill. And that basically is the approach of the prime minister. I worked with her in campaigns, and she lets her go full throttle for everything at the same time. But when they see this, what they call excess of paraphernalia, really and meaningless,
Wow, it's getting worse. Oh boy.
it's getting worse now.
Yes. Anybody out there? Because I want the people to hear so much to hear
You
what
want
you have to say.
you want me to
It's
go out and you want me to go out and come back?
yes, go and come. It's something with the headphones, I think.
Headphones? These are my usual headphones.
I wonder if they're hitting against something.
Okay.
Hold it
Okay.
like that. Hold it and speak. Oh, yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, let me see if there's any better now. I changed them around. Any
Okay.
better? Are you hearing anything, or it's fine now?
Right now I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you now.
Okay, excellent. All right, good.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry about that. I think it is clear then that the BIP would have, from my information, that's all this paraphernalia you were saying, all the red shirts and caps and flags, etc., were done in China. The best place for costs for China for these kind of items. And it could very well have been, it might have cost them little or nothing. It could very well have been a gift from the People's Republic of China, the China Communist Party, to the Barbados Party as a gift of solidarity between the parties. So therefore, but when I see these items, I've always felt this way, that it reminds me of some of the techniques that were used by the European settlers, the white settlers, the colonizers who went into Africa and used all the baubles and beads and trinkets to fascinate and entice people who would not have been exposed to that kind of technology or art to try to get their favor. So when they sit down to this extent, I always remember that experience. And while one cannot quarrel them for it, one has to see that it does have to be that way. But on the other hand, let me deal with the Democratic Party. No one would the Democratic Party being in opposition, and being in opposition for so long, and not having benefited from the subvention, a part of the subvention. Nobody could expect that they would even seek to come to match or come close to what the BLP could do as the party in power, with their hands in all kinds of sources of support and whatnot. So it was very curious to see the more low-key approach, practical approach to DLP. So maybe just through necessity, because they don't have the means to do it. But I think they have been able to establish their presence on the ground, because you have these things, the red of the DLP and the blue, etc., of the DLP are meant to, in people's mind, work out territory. This is my territory. This is my area. Look out for me. I have a presence. They're supposed to show the presence of the party in the constituency and encourage the people to support them. But if And I don't see, some people are saying, I've heard some complaints about the time of the election there, but certainly it is known that since in December last year, Mr. Thorne, the leader officer, had said outright that there were indications that there would be a by-election coming. So one would have expected the party to be as geared as possible for it. But they're here, they're in the race, and it seems to me that neither party so far. I've followed the meetings as much as I could on video, and no party so far has done anything outstanding. If I were to describe the whole campaign today, 10 years out, I would say it's underwhelming. There's been no major impact. Wow. People have done, they've come at the turn, but they have not yet got into gear to move to that climax. It seems to be a slower start, etc. And therefore, I think it's something that we have to watch before we can make any conclusions at this stage. I've seen it on YouTube, but YouTube is not a substitute for a real life meeting, and therefore, more and more, both parties will have to spend more time having be on the ground and be meeting with the person. So far, the meetings have, as I said, not been, and there's no clear, discernible, cohesive, consistent message yet, campaign theme message yet, to my mind. There's statement, but right now I can't say what is the major thrust of the BLP or the DLP. They have been talking about the candidates, they've been talking about their party. For one thing, the BLP has been rehashing, and Just to Be has been too much on the defensive. Justify, they're going back to 2018, they're going back to COVID, all the ash plant. You're getting a rehash. Even the Prime Minister last night at Sahel, right, through that whole recipe, that whole recitation of those. So there was nothing new and fresh and important to the campaign so far. So like I said, the DLP is the BLP is defending its record, and so far I think the DLP has not been sufficiently aggressive. I thought that by this time I would be hearing a cohesive, structured, aggressive criticism consisting in a systematic way about the BLP's failings, because they're the government and they're the one call election. They have their own seat. They have the territory to defend. They have a campaign to defend. And so I'm just saying that with 10 days to go, I think it is about time we start hearing a more structured code from both sides as to what they plan. And for example, for the BLP, we are hearing about. I would have thought what I was hoping for, given that Mr. Chad Blackman had just come out being Minister of Educational Transformation, and given that Ms. Dujon is an educator and an advocate, and the public eye and ear talk about education, I would have thought that very early this would have been turned into a referendum on education, on the performance so far of Mr. Blackman, and with Ms. Dujon offering critique and alternatives and back and forth, so you would get a good feel. And while the BLP is promoting Mr. Blackman as international public servant and former diplomat, which he was, I think that really doesn't really count on the ground here. I thought that as the most recent Minister of Education, he would and the educational transformation on the books, and still not clear what it means. I thought he would have been given at least, even though he's not Minister of Education anymore, he would have given an insight into his performance so far in the mission and what he would like to do, because education transformation is not only a slogan. It has no body, it has no measure, it has no structure. I thought he would use he did up to that point that he left. He did so much on what he seeks to do next, and most of how will it impact of the schools of St. James North? How will it impact the Gordon School and all the other schools? This education, so it begins to make sense to the people on the ground what education transformation could mean to them and their lives and of the children. So I think that is missing, and he's been talking about creating a hub, a high-tech hub to make Barbados this long-term goal of being the Silicon Valley of next Silicon Valley of the world. But next Silicon Valley wasn't devised by any government. It came up as entrepreneurship in the private sector. So I think to do this to me is just to create another myth like the baubles and beads thing as a form of the thing, because it does not, the world does not work so. And I thought that he, as the Minister of Education Transformation, and possibly will go back to that post, that he would have realized that while you're promoting AI and coding, AI nowadays has begun to do coding. So the role of people in coding is changing, has changed. It will become less and less as long as these big companies become more and more powerful and for racial to get more and more information. So you talk about code, traditional coding, but I think you should go back to first principles to enhance literacy and numeracy, which they will need to do coding properly and read and transmit information. So I don't think a lot has been taken. Mr. Blackman has spoken about agriculture. The way he spoke this, almost a development plan for St. James North. It seems as though he was almost talking about a separate part of Barbados, another country. I never got the impression how much you need a government to do this. No constituency can have a development plan all of its own. It will, final last, it will have to depend on the government. So I still think that his campaign is not focused enough to be beneficial to his campaign and to the understanding, the enlightenment of the people who we will want to vote for. On the other hand, Ms. Duglon has been speaking about empowerment. She wants to empower people. She's African, but she has not so far. Maybe I'm too early. So far, she has not given any meat and any bones on that strap as to what she means by empowerment. Empowerment to do what, in what way, how, etc., so that these things begin to mean something to people to understand. And I think she has 10 years, a long time in politics, and with the right effort, a lot can be gotten out of the ground quickly from Mr. John and Mr. Black. So I think the campaign needs some more meat. I think, for example, the BLP, last night I saw they had 9 or 10 speakers. I think they seem to have dropped 2. But speakers are having about 20 minutes. No, a good sound, coherent speech with meat in it can't be done in 20 minutes. You need at least half an hour, I think. So maybe it is better to have fewer speakers and more time where they can develop more substantial points and program and policy outlines than just whisk through, not whisk through 9 or 10 speakers. It'd be fine if all the speakers were brilliant. And therefore you want to ramp back, like cricket, you have 10 opening batsmen or 10 middle order batsmen, you just want them to go and score runs. But the truth is they're not all brilliant, outstanding presenters on the stage. And therefore they should be given more time to give a proper account of themselves and their stewardship. So the campaign, I'm glad to see that the DLPS has a campaign headquarters and a point of reference, because you need that to build identity, location, and to cement your relationships in a campaign. People must know they must go where to go to get what to do, what to want. It gives you presence. It gives you an identity. So that to me has helped their identity considerably, and they're not just people pass through and talking. And what they I hope they make better use and the fullest use of the campaign. That campaign headquarters. Although I think I heard talk of 2 campaign headquarters, 2 different, which is an interesting phenomenon, and I'd like to see that work out. But the campaign so far, like I said, has not really caught fire. I heard Minister Kerry Sims last night. He normally finishes the Prime Minister, the BLP meeting, because there was a time when the Prime Minister would finish a meeting. But now, Mr. Simmons, who is supposed to be the chief gunslinger, verbal gunslinger, so to speak, verbal gunslinger, a mouth gunslinger that is attack personnel for the party, he comes on and he does his thing. He did it last night. There was nothing particularly crude or even good about it. He made some references to Miss Dujon's name and tried to make an issue what name she might have used here or St. Louis. I mean, trivia trivia. Here's the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. But the Barbados, like the rest of the world, is convulsed with all these changes. One would have thought that he would have spent that time much more productively to talk about Barbados' role in the world, etc. I thought he would have used it, for example, knowing that Mr. Dujon is from St. Lucia, has a French connection with Martinique and Guadeloupe and Haiti. He would have thought about Barbados' role in Haiti, explain why we have not yet sent personnel to Haiti as we have been preferred. So what we can do to help Haiti rather than waste time trivializing, wasting time, and just being immature in your approach to try to make something out of nothing as to what somebody's name. They were, and he should know, given his record of attacking him, he has to be very careful because I don't think he's yet even lived down the infamous 1,000 pounds of blabber that came from his mouth many years ago when describing some of the women in the Barbados Slave Party when he was not then in the Barbados Slave Party. So I would think, in order to clean up, there are too many issues in St. James North, in Barbados, to be ventilated, to waste time on any ad hominem personal directing. Deal with statements, activities, critique to the death, anything said or done or promised in the past or going now. That is what we want, a more enlightened, informative, and satisfying report. Otherwise, if you're ho-hum and you wonder what all that was about, and I think that the public wants more. Or even outside of that, there's something. There's no hum. There's no desire for the campaign right now from outside. I don't detect or hear any zest, any zeal. As reflect, the crowds have not been massive for anybody so far, and with the amount of weight and paraphernalia and money being spent by the BLP, one would have, they would have been having crowds, but one has left to wonder how much of the crowd is local or how much is imported. All right, because while you want the support for the rest of the country, you really want to maximize your support on the ground in the constituency that can vote for you. But then to the size of the crowds might also reflect we might be suffering some voter apathy. Don't forget there's been a consistent decline in voter turnout in Barbados. Even the last general election, it was a very low turnout. And maybe some of that is being perpetuated because we have not really gone, despite the Prime Minister and her ministers trying to make you believe that IMF austerity is prosperity. Austerity is not prosperity. No matter how you try to sell it or spin it or can, austerity by the IMF cannot be prosperity for Barbados. So therefore, I think that they have to go back to first principle in this regard, and seek to. And if Dave can bring up the slide for me on screen of for the apathy, you can read it for me, Marcia, for the apathy.
Yes,
that slide.
definitely. Definition of voter apathy: a lack of interest in politics, elections, political events, public meetings, and voting. Said to be demonstrated by people voting with their feet but not attending events at all or leaving after being there, thus contributing to low turnout among eligible voters.
Right. So we might be seeing the most recent manifestation of that seemingly growing apathy as reflected in declining voter participation over the years. So that is something we are for. So that will have meaning not only for the constituency, but for the parties, for Barbados, and for democracy in Barbados in general. But I also think that what has been the Prime Minister was on the West Coast. The Prime Minister is the Minister of Planning and Development, and with all the issues on the West Coast and otherwise, West Coast on George River, on the gully in St. Peter, the civic center in Old Town, the proposed site for relocation at Trent. There's a lot of ideas and dissatisfaction and criticism with the public. Not only has neither the Prime Minister, as the Minister, nor Mr. Dugate, any like saying, nor the Chairman or the Board or anybody come to seek to justify and explain these things to the extent of Barbadians. The Prime Minister don't even go close. Well, she don't even see the opportunity to talk about to seek to justify the giveaway, that gigantic giveaway that free land to the African bank. She's not even mentioned. So, as though they are trying to control the narrative to deal with issues that they feel sound and safe on based on their performance with the IMF. But there are other issues in the society: the high cost of living, the tremendous strain that families are under, lack of affordable housing, many things that we need to talk about that. And we need the Prime Minister to seize this opportunity in an area which is heavily dependent and influenced by tourism, that she should use her opportunity to try to explain to people what are we going to do about maintaining and guaranteeing access to beaches, public access, easy access, convenient access. Those are the things that will make sense to people, rather have these abstract things and these references to history. Because between 18 and 7 years of history cannot be more meaningful. Because even while we might have finished programs, or programs which they say was homegrown, but how can it be homegrown when you had a Barbadian seconded from the IMF into Barbados, paid by the Caribbean Bank in the presence of Dr. Kevin, there is no central bank governor, who worked on that program a year and a half before the election. So to it was not homegrown. He was a product of the IMF, an employee of the IMF. He knows the standards, etc., what to do to get by. So it was an in-house deal, right? Just like how you would say that there's some okay. So this self-praise about in-house deal and how well it was done, but we are still paying the debt. The formal program might have ended, but we are still paying the debt, and we shall be paying the debt for many years. People are still have been deprived of their bonds and full benefit on the bond. Those are real things which this recitation of history cannot wipe away. So I would therefore, if for this campaign to make more sense and to have any benefit, otherwise we'll just be going through the motions and filling air with something that will not do the country any good. And we have to look at not just it's clear that after this election there might be other by elections, and then you lead into election. So really you're really laying the ground for future campaigns, and life is a continuum. Campaigning is a continuum, especially now with social media that records every sneeze. There's little you can get away with. So one has to be able to use the time productively to make sure that Barbados as a society and its democracy benefits from it. I don't know if you have any, if you have any questions, or how much more time I've left to go on.
Excellent analysis, Mr. Murray. I'm here enjoying it, and I think the audience is enjoying it as well. Now, and I, as you were speaking, I have to agree with you that a lot. I guess they're kicking into gear, and we're hoping to see a bit more. But what do you say? Because you still have two candidates there that are not B or D, and Mr. Alex Mitchell, and you have Stephanie Williams. Are you seeing any movement on their part? Is it better than we've seen of independent or third parties so far?
Not so far, and like you said, they might be, because people like that are usually starved of resources. And a campaign, you have to have support, you have to have a structure, you have to have resources to get things done. So if they are doing just among themselves, a small group, it'll take time. They are limited in what they can do. What they need to do is to provide quality presentation to the public, that they remember them, make their mark. They cannot afford, they don't have the means of having elaborate, beautiful, eye-catching, colorful things. Let them make their mark on people's minds and souls by dealing with the issues in that particular area. But I commend you for seeking to give them exposure, and I would suggest to them, if they listen to this program, that they take advantage of this opportunity and any other that might come their way to present their view. We need as many persons coming to the fore as possible to get away from these machine manufactured politicians who all come out singing the same tune from the same hymn, but from the same page in the same tone sometimes. And we know we've had too much of that in last time. We need to have some individuality, some bright sparks coming out to set a new path to make you want if we can have a different approach to life or certain issues, and give Barbadians a chance to grow. Let all ideas that contend, disagree, argue, but at a very intelligent, civilized, respectful manner, where the vicar lies in the ideas rather than in the persons seeking to vilify
Yeah.
any individuals.
Well, we on this show, I'm sure they must be doing I know Mr. Alex Mitchell, he is on a radio program called 246 Bajan Vibes, and those of you who listen to it, you would hear him on there. So he's on there a lot. And I'm sure he's using social media that you can be able to hear what Alex Mitchell has to say. And Miss Stephanie Williams, she also uses social media as well. So search them up and hear
But,
what it is that they have to say.
but
Those are the candidates.
if I might just say, I did hear some comments, read some comments from Mr. Mitchell, and I was particularly intrigued by his proposal about housing. How would he bring that? I think that's something we can explore, because I'm also very concerned about the future of public housing in Barbados. We seem to have gone the North America way of where they leave it to people in the private sector do it at whatever cost. We have had a long tradition since the early 1940s of public housing has led to Barbados' social stability and development. Why we cannot leave that alone? We can move away from that. I know you have hope. Hope is a mockery. How can you shut down the NHC, rob it of money, and give the same money that had borrowed money from the NHC to lend to Hope, allegedly to do a job which NHC could do, which NHC or people have done successfully, not perfectly, successfully over the years. And right now, particularly for younger Barbadians, I'm amazed that 16 and 17 years have already concluded that they'll never be able to own peace of Barbados, a property. To me, that is dispiriting.
So you are interested in that part of
Yeah,
Mr.
I would
Mitchell?
like him. Right. I like him. You can develop that some more, explain it tomorrow. I thought that's something that get traction. He might have some kernels in that people might take and use usefully. Like, for example, I know usefully. One quick sec, as you know, I have not for a long time. I had been dissatisfied with land tax. But if in recent years, when I see that there's no money coming from elsewhere to produce public housing, I would agree to probably reduction in the proportion of land tax, but that 70-80% of the land tax should be going in a structured manner to give people, ordinary working class, a chance to own a house. It goes back to them. Not that land tax should go back to land and people and build social stability and upward social mobility for the country. Otherwise, we are heading out a very rocky road, and we have no idea what the outcome would be.
Yeah. Well, I mean, great food for thought. I see my other my guest is here, and I'm giving him a moment to settle. Apostle Lynroy Scantlebury is with us, and he's settling. After he's finished, then when Mr. Apostle Scantlebury has completed his segment, we're going to see if we can pick up on the DLP meeting that is happening there in St. James North, and that which is coming live to us. But Margaret Harris has a point here that she's making, and I know that the DLP has been working a lot on this. She says, while I agree with much of what Mr. Murray has said, I don't think you can underestimate what is happening during the door-to-door, one-on-one meeting by the opposition campaigners.
Agreed. I have not witnessed that, so I could not comment on it. I was commenting on what I had witnessed on YouTube and the newspapers here. But there's a role for that. In fact, that is the more effective role, where people get to know personally, individually, where you give people a chance. It's all to turn with 3 or 4 people canvassing, but it does not allow you to strike up a one-on-one relationship with the person, because if one of the first things that this teach you in politics is to get persons to like you. If persons get to like you and appreciate you, they're then more likely to identify with you and follow you and give you their support. So if you can establish a one-on-one relationship or close relationship, not just a private group, that is an important process. When you meet people, you hear their concerns, they judge you, you judge them, and you see how and you should go back more than once to seal the deal.
Yeah. Well, and it's always good to have that, it's that presence and that message, that strong message that is going out. And I think that is important when you'll be able to get that, the word I'm looking for, where you're sending out messages then, from the
Clear.
podium. And
The message to be clear and
yes,
simple and coherent and consistent. If there's mass and a lot of gobbledygook and technical terms and jargon, it loses impact. And the message is poor communication. The best communication is always simple, clear, direct, and everybody can understand it. And that is that's what I'm looking for there from both sides, as to the real core of their presence, the real core of their program in St. James North, this way, is such and such or such and such, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't need a national manifesto in a constituency.
yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Murray. As somebody says, good analysis, Mr. Murray, spot on. Well, we have now joining us Apostle Lynroy Scantlebury, and I'm going to put him right into the studio at this time. Good night, sir.
Good night to you, ma'am.
Yes, it's a real pleasure having you on. After seeing you last night, and I mean that powerful prayer that you released there in St. James North. I said to myself, you know what, I've got to have you on the program tonight, and I'm so happy that you're here.
Well, pleasure being here. It's great to see you as well, and Mr. Murray. Good to see you on the show as well.
Good night,
let
sir.
me wish you happy Mother's Day, Madam Leaks, and God
Thank
bless
you.
and love you.
And the same to your wife. Extend that to her. And I want to just publicly say something
Yes,
about
ma'am.
your wife. That I think it could be about 2 years ago. Could be about 2
Yes,
years
ma'am.
ago or more, that I went to your church, myself and Bongalites and Lumumba. These rogues were at your church, and and this is after you had you had won the case,
Yes.
where they were trying to try to put the preacher in prison over COVID. And thank God you won. And we decided
Yes, ma'am.
to surprise you that we were going to church. And
Yes.
and Bongo was there, Lumumba, myself, and Dave, and others, and we came to support you. And your
Yes.
wife said something to me about the Marcia Week show, and I have to say to you, I mean, at that time we were still just having a few people on the show, and I must tell you that whatever she said to me, which I wouldn't go into all of it right now, sir. Whatever she said to me about the show, Prophetess Heather Scantlebury, has come to pass.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I'm actually living in it. And I
Yes.
thought about it this morning, because sometimes I too, just like these words from God and all of that, you kind of get tired of it. Uh,
Yeah.
I know they're gonna message me and with all kind of scriptures tonight, but I'm being honest. Sometimes I am tired of it. But I have to say that, and I wanted to say it publicly and to thank Prophetess Heather Scantlebury, that whatever
Yes,
she
ma'am.
said to me 2.5 years ago, which I was looking at her like, okay, I am actually living it and walking in it right now. So let me just say that. But sir, I invited you on
Yes,
because
ma'am.
we are in a by-election. There's
Yes, ma'am.
a lot happening in Barbados at this time. and a lot's being said. You know, we go to the supermarket. Though we're hearing the central bank report says the economy is great, but we're having a tough time at the supermarket when we are seeing all of the murders that's happening. Only today alone, there was a bank heist, or they robbed Brinks, but what I call Brinks, I don't know if that's, I can't remember the correct name here, but they took, I think, either 9 or 10 bags of money.
Right.
And I mean, there's just crime is on, it's like like nothing else. No, I
Right.
mean, we've never had this kind of level of crime before.
Right.
And so I just want to hear your thoughts on what's happening in Barbados at this time.
Well, I've said this over and over and over. Nothing is really going to happen until the systems are in place for those things to happen. And right now we have a very clear cut revelation that the systems that that are the foundation for the level of crime that we are experiencing are in place, and they are in place on the highest levels and also on the lowest levels. But the reality is, let's look at it like this. And the truth of the matter is that once crime, and I heard this years ago, I was listening to a drug dealer, a former drug dealer who had gotten saved, and he was talking about when he was dealing drugs, he left and he went to China.
Mm.
And he said when he got to China, he went to meet individuals who were dealing in China. And he said when he got to the airport, he said 2 men in suits came, got his bags, put him in the SUV, took him to the business center where he met with the top man. And he said the guy sat him down, this big top guy in China sat him down, and he said to him, I mean, you guys over there, you black guys, you have, so much going on. You turn over so much, an X amount of money. You have so much and so much of this coming in. And he said, what is your problem? He said, the Chinese guy asked him, why is it that you are not organized?
Mm.
He said, the reason we get what we do done so easily is because we are organized.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so one of the problems that we have in Barbados is not crime itself, it is the organization of crime. Okay. So the criminal element in Barbados is now better organized than in the history of our island. And the reality is that it goes from the top all the way down to our 11, 13, and 12-year-old boys in the street. So it is highly organized, and this is why you're seeing what is happening. So of course, you'd have watched individuals and watched pictures to the point where some of the biggest heists in the history of the world were inside jobs. Okay, so you have to recognize that if a G4S armored truck is going to be, or a bank is going to be robbed, there's no way someone on the outside is going to just do that without surveillance, without taking the time to plan strategy, plan route in, plan getaway route, plan vehicle to switch over into, plan. Listen, it's organized, okay? And until we can deal with the organized element of crime in Barbados, it's not going to go away. It's going to continuously mount and mount and mount. And again, as I said on your show before, if we do not get to the place where some of the top people, when they are found to be involved in these things, if they are not prosecuted, if they are not put in prison, if they can consistently escape the hand of the law because of prestige, because of money, because of name, because of family business, then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep allowing this level of crime to increase in Barbados. And we've had situations where, you know, drugs were found on certain boats here in Barbados, and things just got washed onto the water. People never went to prison. A lot of things happen here that proves to us that on many levels, the organization of crime has now built its foundation on every level, every plateau, and this is why we are seeing the level of crime that we have in Barbados right now. Beyond that, we have a church that is very passive and seem not to want to deal with these levels and not want to speak to power, but we have to continue to do that. We have to continue to speak and let individuals know that the season for change in Barbados, where we can have a system of justice, a system of righteousness, a system of good governance, all of these things that are necessary to make sure that we can stop these elements. Now, I listened very carefully to the new president of El Salvador, who's done a fantastic job. And he made a statement when I was listening to his speech that really caught my attention. He says, we have cartels, we deal with cartels. And I was able to get crime from 98% in El Salvador down to below 10%. Okay, we're still working on it. He says, but we have cartels and we deal with cartels, and we were able to get crime under control. He says, America doesn't have cartels, and they're saying they can't get crime under control. Hold on. Barbados does not have cartels, and we're saying it's difficult to get crime under control in Barbados. I don't believe that. I believe that it is easy to get crime under control, but the measures that are necessary to make sure that that happens, they're not in place, and we do not have a systemic governmental structure that will be absolutely willing to make sure that all of the policies, all of the legislation, they're in place to make sure that we combat this so that our people and our citizens don't have to live in fear of going out there on a daily basis and something happens and they're not able to make it back home or to continue in life. So we can do something about it, but it is going to take some work, Madam Weeks.
Yes, yes. Very, very insightful. Let me ask you, sir, what are your thoughts about, I want to change the subject a little bit, St. James North, and how important is this by-election to Barbados?
Okay, well, I'm going to speak to you from a purely apostolic prophetic perspective, from for those who don't understand apostolic prophetic, but more from a biblical Christian perspective, because I believe that everything follows a particular pattern. Okay, and what I have seen in St. James North is beautiful. It's the most perfect setup you can think of. Okay, and let me explain it from this point of view. You have the Democratic Labour Party's spokesperson on education that is going up against the former Minister of Education. So that makes this by-election not about Mrs. Dujon, and it's certainly not about Mr. Blackman. This is about education, and it's about the youth. It's about the future of the education of our youth and the educational system in Barbados that has been falling apart. Okay, Mr. Blackman is on the side of the party, the government, that in the last 6 years, education has deteriorated in the last 6 years under this administration, and it continues to do so even to this very day. The second element of this is the spiritual component of it. Now, in the Bible, when the new church started, the first apostle that was killed by King Herod was James. He killed James with the sword, and then he took Peter into prison, and then Peter was delivered by the angel. Now, St. James North is a combination of St. James and St. Peter. Okay. So what happened when Mr. Ornatha, matter of fact, St. Peter was a very, very solid constituency. But after Mr. Arthur won the election, he split St. Peter in two and created St. James North. So Sybil Leacock lived in the Whim in St. Peter. So he cut all of the Whim, all of Ashton Hall, all of the right side of Ashton Hall, right across. He cut all of that. That was a very heavy Democratic Labour Party area. Okay, so it made St. Peter a very fair parish, which is why that election was very, very close. But he cut that and left St. Peter. The constituency of St. Peter now has approximately 6,000 Barbados Labour Party supporters to about 2,500 Democratic Labour Party supporters. So you can never win. A Democratic Labour Party candidate can never win in St. Peter. And that's something that I thought that was totally disrespectful for Mr. Arthur to do in a constituency that is very, very fair. So it is put the fact that so many Democratic Labour Party supporters went over into St. James North. Now, if the Democratic Labour Party supporters come out and run, and vote in St. James North, Mr. Blackman cannot win. If they make a decision, you know what? We're going to go back to the Democratic Labour Party, because the St. Peter aspect of St. James North has always been a very high. All of that Ashton Hall, all of that zone, all of that area coming up to Mile and a Quarter, that's always been a very heavy Democratic Labour Party.
Can I just say something to you? Because when they went into the Whim, I happened to be there, recording. And I remember watching when I got home that night, that I saw the BLP were laughing at them and saying, what they said this is St. James North, and they find themselves in St. Peter, canvassing. But your explanation of it, because they were convinced that the Whim was part of St. James North constituency, even though it was part of St. Peter, we were bordering there. So thank you for that explanation. Yeah, continue, sir.
That's what Mr. Arthur did. So if the Democratic Labour Party supporters in St. James North decide we're going back to the Democratic Labour Party, there's absolutely no way Mr. Blackman is going to win. Absolutely no way. Okay. Now that's just based on that level of information. But of course, the other element is that currently Mr. Blackman is not running a fair campaign. I've driven across areas of Sion Hill and on right across that area. For those of you, and I'll probably take a picture and post it. They have up to 5, 6, 7 posters of him on one pole. Okay, and that is not fair to a secondary candidate who will be probably utilizing those polls. So let's say now this week, the Democratic Labour Party decides now we're going to roll out our posters for Ms. Dujon. There is no place on the polls for her posters. Now, if they remove some of the posters from the Barbados Labour Party, they're going to say the Democratic Labour Party is, defacing their posters and removing their posters. If they put posters over their posters, it's going to be a problem. So this is where we need to have some level of governance when it comes to the political race. You cannot have 4, 5, 6, and up to 7 posters on one poll when there are other candidates. So you can see that the Barbados Labour Party is already not running a fair election. Okay, I understand the big man, big vision. This is a by-election, for God's sake. It is not a full-blown general election. Okay, and both of the candidates have not yet done anything for St. James North. So there's no need to act as though, you've already done so much. None of them they have done anything as yet. They're looking for the opportunity. But the mere fact that you already have all these big, placards, you have all these stuff posted around the constituency, all of this is crazy. And this is where you need the Electoral and Boundaries Commission to come in and to have a conversation with the parties and say, okay, well, going forward, this is what we're going to need, and we need you to recognize and understand that there are other candidates. I think there are 4 candidates that are
yeah,
right, vying for the seat there in St. James North. But I drive across there and I see how they have all of the polls already, lined, and I see them and I wonder, are these people understanding? Are they talking to their people and saying, no, we run a fair campaign, okay? We run a fair election, and that's what you want to have at the end of the day. You don't want to run an unfair election. You don't want to run an unfair campaign and then be elected because of unfairness. So this is one of the things that I would like to see going forward, where there's some level of fairness, because they're both new candidates. They haven't done anything as yet. So if you're already demonstrating that you're not going to run a fair election, you're going to smear all the polls with your posters, then something is pretty much wrong with that type of operation, and it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed by the leader of the party, especially the Barbados Labour Party. The Prime Minister needs to address that and say, no, you run a fair election down here. You've never been elected. This is your first time out, your first time running for the Barbados Labour Party, your first time as a candidate for St. James North. You must run a free and fair election. And if the Prime Minister doesn't want to do that as the leader of the party, then the Electoral and Boundaries Commission needs to step in there and make sure that whatever is done fairly, so that we can have a free and fair election. Barbados is too small for all of this political corruption to be taking place. But in my opinion, some people are saying, it's going to be a walkover, for Mr. Blackman, but I don't believe that. I think this election could have produced a major surprise for the Barbados Labour Party, and one that will send ripples across the island of Barbados in relation to what is happening and what should happen in the upcoming general election. So that's pretty much my take on what's happening.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I know that we have Mr. We're going to come back and have a little discussion about that. Oh, hang on a second, Mr. Murray. I know you want to jump in there right now, but we wanted, if Dave could set up for me, want to see a little bit of Verla de Pisa. I heard is on at the moment, so I'll just wait until Dave gets that settled. And Mr. Murray, you can just comment until I get that up, because as you know,
sure.
we're trying to catch her. Yes.
Yeah, I want to thank Apostle Scantlebury for a very intriguing analysis and some observation I hadn't heard from anybody else. Among his comments, I'm talking about the St. Peter North, also about crime by get back. I do with the St. Peter North by election. You said if the DLP supporters and members were to come out, what would take them what would want to make them come out to support? What would the DLP have to do as it is now? What would Ms. Dujon have to do? What would the president, the leader, have to do to get them to come out to make that difference?
Well, I'll tell you, if I was a person running, I would write very heavily on what was done to Sibyl Leacock. Okay, and the fact that there is an opportunity to make an amends here in this election, because what was done to her was very disturbing. As far as the candidate, she won the election fair and square, and there was a whole lot of legal rhetoric. I think the Prime Minister then, Tom Adams, came down, and there was a whole lot of stuff. If I had the opportunity, I would say this, and I will say this on the show right now, if I'm permitted. I had a gentleman that came to me and met
just
with
real
me.
Quickly, take a minute, because we want to get to Verla. Yes.
Okay, so let me say this quickly. He came to me and he asked me if I believe that God actually forgives people. And I said, yes, I do. He said, well, I don't think God will forgive me for what I did. I said, well, tell me what you did. He said, well, myself and another lady, we were told to do whatever we had to do to make sure that Onath win the election when he ran in 1984. He told me that he and another lady ate ballots belonging to Sibaliko.
Ate it, like physically eat it?
They ate her ballots to make sure that she lost. So this is an opportunity for the Democratic Labour Party supporters in St. James North to come out and make an amends, to right the wrong that was done to Sibaliko. And I would push that as a main part of my campaign going forward.
Appealing to the people in the whim. Well, let's go to her, and I need to go back to that. That's quite interesting. Let's go ahead, Dave. Let's hear Verla de Pizzo.
An election to replace an outgoing MP. This is not an election to implant someone who was handpicked, whether he could do the job or not, whether he has the stamina and the fitness to represent. This is not that election. This is an election that is all about Barbados and the saving of our collective national soul. And I am not talking about morality and those issues. I am talking about the ability of Barbadians to walk the streets of this country without fear or favor. The fear coming from the runaway crime that we have. Who would have thought that a G4S van would get stick up on the top of Broad Street? Right where Nelson used to be. Who would have thought that we had reached that stage in this country? That is the fear and favor. Feel that you have to wear a particular color in order to advance yourself in this country. Then you need to walk purposely into that voting booth and change that situation one constituency at a time. Your favor, standing up for what is right. And so my mandate tonight is about crime. It is impossible to speak about our crime situation without speaking globally about our social situation. Because when the Democratic Labour Party said that we are more than an economy, we are a society, we got pilloried then too. And the chickens are coming home to roost. Because what you mean? That you telling me the balance sheet looks good? And we sitting pretty. But the average family in this country can't go to the supermarket without falling in.
Right, we've lost some volume there. Okay, let's wait until it picks up again. Dave will work on that for us to find out what's happening there. Yes, Mr. Murray, go right ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Scantlebury.
Yes, sir.
You made some fascinating disclosures there. I was born, and I want to. This is not the time, but I just want to say a few things. I was very much part of one by elections in St. Peter in 1984, right? And the chain of, you gave some folklore, some statements I personally, and you repeated what you were told. But the chain of custody of votes that are cast, they have to tell me, how did you manage to eat them? If you know the process that is done when somebody votes, the actual ballot, the record that they voted, and then even when the boxes are kept in safe custody in the isolation for years. That is why when they went to court about the first by-election, they had the actual ballots that they could share because they're safeguarded. So to hear you say somebody give that kind of real cock and bull story, it does not work so. They have to tell you how and where and when did you eat them. They're collected and guarded from election, counted something by, and that is safely guarded. That is where you're able to go back. And so there was no political, so that it went to court. It was before the Chief Justice. There were actual physical ballots displayed that were disputed, and why they were disputed, and rulings were made. So I'm afraid your interpretation and my knowledge are at two different ends.
Yeah, well, let me just go ahead and say I'm not interpreting it. I had the gentleman that came to my office. Unfortunately, he's passed now, but he came to my office and told me that this was something that was weighing very heavily on his heart for years, and he confessed that to me. So that's just information.
And in your capacity as a minister, I know how people would come and they say this is on my heart. So we are not, as Mr. Murray says, because we don't need to be questioning each other. When I say not questioning each other, what I mean is this: that in your capacity as a man of God, this person came into your office and confessed this to you. Mr. Murray is saying he understands the practical workings of it, and in his mind, right? And based on what he knows of it, he doesn't think it can happen. But in reality, neither of you were there.
Well, exactly. Well, what I was told is that at Alexander School, he said he was one of the individuals at Alexander School with the ballots. Okay, and I understand the process is supposed to be very secured, but for some reason, he said when he was told. So let me leave this. He was told. He and this lady, they were told by Tom Adams, who came there, do whatever needs to be done to make sure that Mr.
And that was his confession. That's his confession.
That's his confession. So I'm going to say it now because he's dead, Arthur's dead, Tom Adams is dead.
But I'm alive. But I am alive, and I was there with Tom Adams at the counting house in full. The counting was in full public glare. They were not backroom deals. So I'm saying that is my position.
And that's fine. Okay, guys, listen, that is fine. We must understand. Can I just say something here?
Yes, ma'am.
Neither of you can say categorically that it didn't happen. To me, in all honesty,
even though I was there, Marcy, and I saw the whole process.
But Mr. Murray,
I saw the cocktail, the locked up, and votes taken away. How were they eaten?
But
all right, let's forget. We will not agree on this. So
in all honesty, Apostle Scantlebury cannot verify this. It happened. And in my mind, can I just say something here? In my mind, neither can Mr. Murray, because Mr. Murray, we can't say, you know what the process should be. And you could say it's highly likely that it didn't happen. But to say that categorically that it didn't happen, I think Marcy, that is where the difference is.
Marcy, with all due respect,
yes,
I have to respect my memory, my intelligence, and allow the person to know that is so far-fetched. I've never heard any similar claim. At what stage of the process would he have gotten chance to eat? When they leave there, secure, locked up, sealed, and put under lock and key until they were open at the court.
In fairness, I'll have Mr. Apostle Scantlebury the final word on this, and then we go on. And I want to say that we can say it's highly unlikely or it is highly likely, but we can't say it never happened.
But even then, may confess, may can tell us.
Yeah,
allow Apostle Scantlebury to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, let me say this. I'm not in any way saying that I believe what he's saying. I'm telling you what was confessed to me.
What you heard, yeah.
Okay. And he told me it was not just him, it was himself and another lady. He said he put it in his mouth. This is what he said. He put it in his mouth, he chewed it up, swallowed it. He drank water with the other lady drank orange juice. That's all he told me.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not
All right.
saying that I'm not, doing anything. I'm just relaying what was
Relating it.
said to
Okay.
me.
All right. Well,
So I
yeah.
understand.
So we'll take a stop on that.
Yeah.
That's that. And
So that's
right.
basically
Okay.
where it is with me.
Let me just check with Dave if we have another any other comment. If we have Verla the pizza, can we hear her now? Let's try. Still having that problem? Dave? Oh, they're still having an audio. Oh, you're coming. Yeah, it's coming up now. All right.
Mines on the 21st of May, a history-making day in this country. Get out there, vote for the change that you want for your country. This is not a color election. This is a moral election. This is a heart election. This is a people election. This is an election for the soul of this country. And I urge all of you to answer that call with your pencils in that booth as you mark your X for Felicia Dujon on the day. I thank you.
Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. Felicia, she is the one. Yes, we going with Tuja. Honest voice for the people, that is what we want. Cost of living, but we troubled and all the violence.
Good evening, children of the Democratic Labour Party. Good evening, constituents of the St. James constituency. Good evening, Rogdondo. And we will start from the whim. We will go down to Cemetery Lane. We will go down to Prescott Road. We will go down to Trents, Rogdondo, Western. Constituents, I come here this evening as a mother. I come here, good happy Mother's Day to all our mothers, all our women. Happy Mother's Day to all our women of this great country. I come to you today, not only as a mother, but also as a teacher and also as a proud daughter of this country. I say proud daughter of this country because it is you that groomed who I am today. It is you that groomed me from Western to Cave Hill to now St. Joseph. But it is you that groomed this person and nurtured me to be as strong as I am today. And so I will give you credit for what you have done with this woman today. Brothers and sisters, today I come in from a place where many of us may feel that we should not be able to speak on. And today, allow me to share the truth with you in what I have seen, what I have heard in the last few weeks. Constituents, today I went to church and our priest spoke on what it is to be a good shepherd. And that is the theme that I will use this evening because I think it's important. Because when we think about a good shepherd takes in consideration how he nurtures or how she nurtures, how she guides, how she protects the sheep and the lamb, and ensure that they're not harmed in any way, that they're not neglected in any way. Constituents, what I've observed in the last few weeks, I wouldn't even consider it a shepherd. I would consider it a butcher, because what they tend to do is to take your trust and plummet it into their own desires, their own appetites, and their own passions. Constituents, what I have also seen is that your cries have remained unheard for the last 7 years. And it's only today, only for the last few days, we are seeing them coming back into this constituency. You are seeing them coming back into your streets. You are seeing them coming back into your homes, attempting to try to buy your trust, not to gain your trust, to buy your trust. And they're telling you that we're big on this and we're big on that. Why aren't you big on caring for the people? Why aren't you big on ensuring that the services are provided for them? Why aren't you big on ensuring that their cries were dealt with and were maintained, and that you ensured that your leader did what was required for the people of this constituency? When I first spoke to you in Western on a platform, I have to tell you, my spirit was agitated because of what I saw in this constituency. It was agitated because they said to me, Felicia, you should not tell the public of the country that we have neglected the people. You shouldn't tell them the truth. You shouldn't tell them the truth. You should hide it so that we can quickly go and fix it. No, I will tell the people the truth, because the truth is important. It is how we will develop the soul of this constituency. This is how we're going to develop our character in this constituency. This is how we will empower our people in this constituency. But tonight, my agitation has been displaced with love and care. Because you know what? Father, they don't know what they have done to the people of this constituency. They don't know what they have done to the single parents in this constituency. They don't know what they have done to the elderly in this constituency, to the youth, to the fathers, and to the business persons, the farmers, and the fisher folks in this constituency. I just happened to be at a luncheon today, and I would like to thank the organizers for this luncheon. Because while I was there, it kind of turned into a political lunch at the same time. And I heard someone say, well, this is our minister responsible for education transformation. And it was then I thought about it. This individual, this election does not care too much for him. It doesn't change much for him. Because whether he wins or loses, he will still get that pick for that ministry. So he's basically using you as a platform to add more accolades to their names, to show the public that you are so blinded by politics that you do not understand the challenges ahead and the reason why you have to make them understand that the people of St. James North are resilient people, that they are strong individuals within this constituency. And I would like to tell my constituents that I will stand with you every step of the way. I will not leave you. I will not forsake you. I will be there at every step of the way. Accolades, titles, names do not matter to me, because God knows my name. God knows my name. And this is all I need to serve his people. I see it as a duty. And one of the things that I think about this government is that it does not take its leadership roles seriously. It doesn't understand that it is a sacred responsibility. A few days ago, I saw a grown constituent. He could have been an older as my grandfather, and he cried in my presence. And I knew then, I said, God, if you believe that I have the strength to take me through continue to give me that strength, because it is not an easy journey for this constituency. I have seen in terms of the infrastructure, I have seen in terms of agriculture, I have seen in terms of education, I have seen in terms of tourism, I have seen in terms of national security within this constituency. And constituents, you have a candidate that is standing amidst an incompetent government, but he believes that this same government can give you the relief, the urgency, and the intervention that is needed. How? It is a facade. It is an illusion. It is unreal. And they believe that people cannot see the truth. They believe that people cannot see the realities. They're gaslighting you. They're telling you that this is not your reality, that everything is good, and that the government has the hang on everything. No, it does not. You speak about agriculture in this constituency, yet you do not realize that your Minister of Agriculture has failed miserably this country. He has failed to see the needs of farmers, whether it's in terms of lands, whether in terms of water resources, whether in terms of intervention. But you will come into a constituency that you do not know. Because if you knew this constituency, you would have known that our farmers are mostly small-scale farmers. The small-scale farmers. And all they need is intervention. They need your Minister of Agriculture to intervene. The candidate is serving a government that still cannot do anything for the people of this constituency. What do you think he's going to do in case he takes your votes? You think he will be able to speak with the minister, the failing Minister of Agriculture, to act on behalf of farmers in this constituency, to act on behalf of fisher folks in this constituency? They have ignored you for the last 7 years or more. They have ignored the last MP, and we will come to that shortly. They have ignored his cries. So what gives him a better privilege? Constituents, I need you to think deeply about these issues. They are presenting an illusion that is not real to you. And I'm here to tell you that this is what is happening directly in our faces, because they believe that 28 seats empowers them to be untruthful and to share falsehood to you. Do you believe that this government is concerned about the single parents and single mothers and fathers in this constituency? Do you believe that they're concerned about the elderly, that some of them have been abandoned for years? I did not have to come in this constituency to recognize those fundamental issues. Do you believe that this candidate will speak to the minister responsible for transport and works? Look at the roads. Look at the lights. I have been driving up and down in here. I have been walking the streets night and day so that I know what your conditions are. And I know my comrades have told me that I walk too fast. I have to, because we do not have much time. There is an urgency in this constituency. There is an urgency in this country that requires us to speed as quickly as we can, because this government, what they have done is to believe the idea that you have voted for me in the last 30 years. I do not have to come to you. I do not have to come to you to be your servant, because indirectly, you are my servant. You are the one serving me, not me, and not the other way around. And this is what we're seeing. I went to many homes, and the constituents have told me that they have never seen, not the past MP or the current candidate. And it tells me something. When you see me walking as quickly as I can with my little notepad and my pen, it's because I recognize my duty does not begin only when I'm elected to be your representative. It began the very first day that I began walking in through those streets and ensuring that your needs and your concerns are raised vocally in this constituency. When I raised the issues of poor lighting in Sion Hill, in Cemetery Lane, then I heard the following day that the minister responsible for transport of works is saying now, we're going to have 400 lights. Where were you? Where were you? Because Felicia Dushon, I don't have time to waste. I'm a serious woman. I might be small, but I'm a serious woman when it comes to my job and my duty. I don't have time for me to come jogging up and down for me to lose weight. That's your personal business. I don't need to know about that. If you're not ready for the job, stand down, brother. Stand down. Let the woman do her job. Stand out of my way, my brother. There is work to be done. Your government is the one that have left this constituency in the position that it is today. So what are you going to bring to them? Big dreams? What big dreams? What big dreams? You think the people of this constituency have time for your movies? Do you think the people of this constituency have time for them to help you lose weight? Do you think the people of this constituency have time for you to sit and relax while people are suffering in this constituency? Brother, where have you been? Where have you been? It seems that this candidate came from somewhere. I think he stayed out of Barbados for too long. And he doesn't realize the suffering he's entering right now. And it seems that his government is telling him, man, go along, man, they're good, man. No. On May the 21st, we will send a very strong message that the people of St. James North deserve respect and dignity from this government or anyone who wishes to infringe on their rights. My constituents, when I decide to fight for you, I come with my all. I come with my all. And my comrades will let you know that as well. They can't keep up with me because I come here to serve you. And I will stand against this government. I don't care how big, how tall, how loud. I am right here. And I remain resolute. I am not moving anywhere. These are my people that you come in to interfere with. My comrades and my constituents, they've asked me, Felicia, what plans that you have for the constituents. You had 7 years, you had 30 years. What plans you had? What plans did you have? And what plans is this candidate coming with? Every other day is some different hypothetical idea that he has. But my constituents, what makes a good leader, what makes a good shepherd is that you listen to the voices of the people. You listen to their concerns. You listen to what some of the ways that you can craft and also to alleviate some of the concerns that you have. But also, as a good leader, you must also foresee some of the concerns that you have, that they may have and you come across. I went somewhere in Yearwood and I saw a drainage. And I was asking the constituent, doesn't it flood here? They tell me, yes, Miss Dujon, but we've been asking for years. For years we've been asking. I was standing on Prescott Road. There's no footpaths. The constituents told me, we asked our MP to do something, and he tried his best. We even had a petition with 200 names, and he promised us he would take it to the Prime Minister. But we never saw him again. The reality of all of what I'm saying to you is that we have a leader that represents, or so-called represents this country, that is practicing favoritism. That if she likes you, she's gonna help you. And if she ain't like you, you're gonna suck salt. And this is what is happening here. Because I believe that the constituents could have acquired so much more if the leader believed that this constituency deserved better. They are the ones in government right now. They have the money, they have the capacity, and they have all the resources. But they are now telling you, listen, we're coming to help you now. We are coming to help you now. And I am seeing it myself because I went just by St. Albert's School. I am seeing the backhoes, the bushing. I am seeing certain locations they're cleaning up. So my constituents, they know that when Felicia Dujon is in town, we do not have time to play games in this constituency. We have to ensure that our constituents deserve equal opportunity and equal rights as every citizen in this country. My plans for this constituency has different segments. I will deal with the single mothers. I've spoken to, I've met several single mothers. And I wish to tell single mothers, stay strong. Stay strong. We are there to support you. The Democratic Labour Party leaves no one behind. We leave no one behind. We will act on your behalf. We will ensure that there's some kinds of intervention for you because you cannot do it alone. And we see the struggles that you're going through. We see a government that is spending and wasting taxpayers' money on travel, on consultants. But then you have our citizens, mothers, struggling to send their children to school. We are hoping that we can implement some kind of allowances for our single mothers. Our single mothers have problems with housing as well. I have been walking around the constituency, and there are a number, not only of abandoned and unoccupied homes, and we are hoping that when I get elected, I can raise my voice to champion for better housing for our mothers, because they deserve better. They deserve the kind of humanitarian approach to the crisis. So every time I go to a constituent, I have my little notepad and I make a note of the houses so that we can do the intervention that is needed. For the elderly, I know some of you do have home care, and I would like to applaud the home care services because they do a tremendous work, but they still need the intervention. There are lots and many elderly members in our constituents that we need to intervene. Our elders are the backbone of our society. We must never forget them. We must never abandon them. And we need to reach out to them in every way possible. So our programs will be ensured that we look into those matters for our elderly. The farmers and fisher folks, I've been speaking with you. As a certified farmer myself, I understand what it is like when you do your crops and your harvest, that you need the kind of intervention. But because our society, because our constituency is very small scale, I am hoping that we can do a lot more farmers market by the fisheries as well. So there's a number of programs that I'd like so that we can come. And the farmers, not only in terms of your produce, baking as well, if you're good at baking, and everybody else can come together, because this is a society and this is a constituency that I have observed that are very strong with community development. They come together. I have seen that myself. So the farmers, I'll be working in terms of that, where we can open up the various areas so we can have farmers markets. So you don't have to go all the way in Bridgetown or Spicetown. We can have it in our own constituency. So we can build that camaraderie around our constituents. To our teachers, to our students, and to our schools in this constituency. If there's one thing that I'm passionate about is our education system. No matter how this government has tried to lock me out of schools, I still appear. No matter what they have done to me, I still show up because I believe education is the foundation of this nation. And the Democratic Labour Party, it is our mantra, their rights. It is our duty to ensure that we amplify their voices, whether it's in Parliament or when we are walking through the constituency. So, my constituents, I am here to serve you. I am here to give you the best of me. And the best of me is to fight anyone who attempts, they don't even have to try, who attempts to violate your rights. I will continue to serve you in my best capacity, but I can only do that when you give me the green light. I need you to give me the support. I need you to have confidence in me. I need you to shape, mold, and carry me through so that I can do the job that is required, not only as a good shepherd, but as your representative for this constituency. Thank you. God bless us and keep us safe.
We voting for Alicia, we voting for Alicia, yes, we voting for Alicia, cause Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Tuja. Felicia, she is the one, yes, we going with Tuja. Felicia, she is
Okay, Dave, let's take a pause.
Felicia.
All righty, all righty. Well, wow. Let me go to Mr. Murray. I think I saw Mr. Murray taking notes, and I'm very, very keen to hear his thoughts. Mr. Murray, I saw you taking notes there. Yes, your mic is open. Yes, sir. What are your thoughts on Felicia's speech tonight?
I think she has excellent delivery and timing. She's a gifted presenter, but she's a professional presenter as a lecturer, so she does that well. I think she has some interesting parts of the message that need to develop further to resonate more bread and butter issues on her, right? More bread and butter. I mean, she talked about single mothers and whatnot, but so I think there's potential there. And as somebody who's a professional lecturer, she could give another essay in words on a platform about particular segments and have a theme a night that is very, very effective. So you're not just saying you're getting a cook up rice, like how we do. I'm not sure what they call it in Jamaica. You throw it in the pot. You're selecting points. What will first thing? The first person or the first person the party in the final analysis, all politics is local. She has to speak things in that great delivery about things that resonate poignantly to people's heart and soul and being, and get their support. Don't mind the esoteric fancy label. What do people need or do not have most? What are their concerns? And how crime. I mean, it is clear from that robbery in Broad Street, at the top of Broad there, like that nothing the government is doing in crime is working. The Prime Minister had said some months ago, that they were getting help from England there was a serious crime and gangs unit. Where's the presence? Are we feeling it? So I don't deal with her, but I come back to some things, Mr. Evangelist Scantlebury had said earlier about crime. I'll come back to that. But the point, I think she has potential. What in politics, elections are won on election day. You have to have some practical step by step things to do to make sure you know where your votes are. You get them out, you take them to vote for you. Otherwise, all the talk on the platform be fine. But if you can't pinpoint where your strengths are and follow up to get people, somebody might need a wheelchair, somebody might not see well, all those practical things out. And in other words, I'm saying what the DLP has to do, in spite or because of her strengths, it still has to be backed up by a cohesive I mean, there are manuals to step by step on election day. It's a different operation. That is when elections are won.
Yeah.
On the election day.
On the
not
election day.
platform. But I think she has potential. All the DLP has to harness its resources. That is why I was asking Apostle Scantlebury, what do they have to do? What will the DLP do to get people to come to vote?
Yeah. Well. On that note, as you mentioned, Apostle Scantlebury, what's your take on what you heard tonight of Mr. John? Oh, you're muted. Hold a second. Yes, there was a noise coming through. Yeah, go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, as Mr. Murray says, she's a great orator for sure. I love the fact that she is able to, express her vocal ability in terms of the lowering and then raising her voice and then, speaking passionately about the things she's very, very focused on bringing to the people in St. James North. One of the things that I have realized in the times that I've heard her speak, and I've heard her mention the farming, I've heard her mention the lights, I've heard her mention about the single mothers, but the reality of and I've lived in the northern parts of the island, pretty much all my life. And one of the key things that lends to everything that you see in the north of the island basically are two main things. Number one is the high percentage of poverty that is in the northern parishes. And the second thing is the lack of infrastructure in the north to create the mindset for expansion of the areas of the northern part of the island. Now, I'm also a spiritual person, and I can tell you that it is one of the reasons why all of the major denominations in Barbados, their headquarters is in the south of the island. Okay, so I was part of a denomination that headquarters is in St. Michael. If you visited the churches in St. Michael, churches in Christ Church, churches in St. Philip, and parts of St. Thomas, the churches are wall structures and they're large structures and they're carpeting versus churches in the north that were during the time still very much wooden. So when you come to the north of the island, you go back in time. Okay, so and I can tell you about that because I've experienced it. So, which is one of the reasons that even in Spikestown has not had very much investment over the years, which is why it's basically dead right now, because of the lack of investment. Every time that something comes around, there is input into Bridgetown. Bridgetown, you have a day where the entire street in Bridgetown is closed off and all these different things. But the poverty and then the lack of investment to give individuals a fighting chance, and that's what's happened to the farmers. It's what happened to the fisher folk. It's what happened to anyone who is attempting to manifest any type of entrepreneurial element in St. Peter, St. Lucie, St. James, where I would consider the reality of the majority of back in the day, the majority of the kings that gave Barbados that advantage came out of St. Lucie, St. Peter, St. Andrew, St. James, St. Thomas. Okay, as much as they say St. George is the agricultural belt. No, when you look at the levels of sugar that came out of the north, could never be rivaled by any other part of the island. But St. Peter, St. James, and especially areas like St. James North, little to no financial uh, infrastructure input to give those areas a fighting chance. And I haven't heard her speak very much on that. I think that's something that she needs to add, because you can't miss it if you're walking around St. James North. You'll see the poverty, you'll see the bad roads, you'll see the poor housing, you'll see, that. I mean, like we're the people who had our sheep or rabbits or chickens in our backyard. You were never given expansion opportunities. So that's one of the things that I would love to hear her begin to speak about, because it is prevalent, very prevalent in St. James North, the part of St. Peter, Rotundo, Silent Hill. I mean, right across those areas, you'll see that there's been little to no infrastructural element in terms of the provision of finances for entrepreneurs and individuals who want to expand what they were doing. Little to none by the current administration. And I would love her to take that point and hammer it as much as she can while she's speaking during this upcoming week. So, but beyond that, kudos to her. I think she has her mindset on. I think she knows what she wants to do. I think the people of St. James North, in her, they have a great opportunity to move forward if they're willing to give her the opportunity.
Yeah, very well. Thank you so much. Just before I see Mr. Murray is ready to make a comment again, I just want to let you know we have not forgotten you. We have not forgotten our viewers. So while we're reading the comments, the phone line is open. All right, so feel free to call in. And what we're talking about is St. James North. We're talking about the speeches that we've just heard, etc. And any of your thoughts? What did you think of Mr. John? What do they need to do, etc., etc.? And let me say, for those of you who came on late, that we are waiting to get videos or any kind of meetings that the other two candidates that they have. We would love to be able to broadcast them, and we're waiting on those as well. So over to you, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Marcia. In my original presentation, earlier in my presentation, I spoke about the possible indication of voter apathy because of the sparsity of the crowds that have turned out so far, and the decline in voter interest and participation over the years in Barbados and the North as well. But I've got information. Some people who are canvassing even on behalf of Mr. Blackman told me that they're running a heavy weather. I'm saying now, talking about now because it coincides with something that both at what Scantlebury said and what Mr. Jones said, is that they are surprised and shocked at the amount of dissatisfaction that is being expressed about Mr. Hinkson's stewardship, that does not match the lofty things that were said about him in the tributes to him in the House of Assembly. That on the ground, they are, even BLPX themselves are surprised. So therefore, there's an undercurrent thing. Remember I said all politics is local? There's an undercurrent, there's a foundation upon which, that kind of foundation which Mr. John can build and establish a presence further as a potential MP in the constituency.
Yeah. But very, very important point. In fact, Mr. Murray, like you were reading my mind, I just saw this came to me by somebody very reputable. So I'm going to read it, and it has a curse word at the beginning, so I will leave that out. But blanks. It says some of you in this chat studying and focusing on all the wrong things. While you are watching crowd sizes, lighting, ads, and tents, the people on the ground moving differently. I watching how those people dressed, not in party colors, No big motorcade, but they walk to that meeting. That means they're from the community, and those are the people who matter on election day. Meanwhile, we bringing in BLP supporters from all over who can't vote for
Right.
Chad.
Right.
Listen carefully. So tell me what we're really doing. The PM would understand exactly where I'm coming from. To make it worse, I'm hearing people who supported us in both elections now saying it's a must to strengthen the opposition. Why? Because they feel some of our MPs getting too arrogant and that the country needs a few more opposition voices.
Yes, ma'am.
Check and balance, transparency and accountability. And guess what? They're saying that the woman get two houses to use as campaign bases, one at the bottom of the road and one at the top. People giving her things to feed people. Sluggy told me the other, somebody told me the other night at the meeting, some fellas were talking and saying that the woman is a Jamaican and them giving her the vote because she would do in parliament to represent them. But the part that should really wake us up is this. They're saying they'll support the DLP but don't want to come to meetings because they fear victimization from this same government. Imagine that. So again, stop focusing on how much lights or people at the meeting. I've done promotions and learned the buzz, the hot lineup, the hype. None of that matters because sometimes a lot of people don't come out. We need to connect with the people on the ground, in the heart, and through our policies. Right now, we're distracted by the wrong things. And let's not forget that what the PM said, the ballot box is empty at 6 a.m. on election morning. So everything starts from zero, and every vote that matters come from the community, not the hype. So this is what it is written as though it came out of a BLP chat, and these seem to be their concerns. And I must say about the Jamaican, last night I saw two young men there at the DLP constituency office, and there was a Jamaican man there, and he said, I like the lady. I come to support the lady." So there's also, that's very interesting one there, because she's seen with a different accent, or I don't know. I'm not a pundit. I'm not into that kind of analysis. But I thought it was interesting, and he had another young man there, and they came because they met her and they liked her. And they were just standing there because they said, "We want her to know that we're supporting her." So I don't know.
Yep. I mean, it's. I was there on last night, and the energy is really good, you know. And I like the fact that, as they say, elections are won on election day, but the minds of the people is very critical to what is going to happen on election day. And most of the times people don't tell you what's in their mind. They'll laugh with you and talk with you, and they'll tell you, well, we'll see. But again, the idea of, bringing in Labour Party supporters, making sure everybody is wearing a red T-shirt, that's not going to win the election. What's going to win the election is the fact that people are ready for change, if they are, and the fact that they know what is going to make things better for them. And they've seen 6 years of the Barbados Labour Party, and I think that's pretty much enough for most of the people in St. James North. So, as Mr. Murray said, there's a very strong undercurrent. I've heard it. I stood up there and I listened to individuals who were just on the road talking, and you can hear, a general consensus that, what we need to move away from just having a government that is dominating everything. We need to have some level of balance. And I think this election is a very critical thinking election. People are more educated and more aware that things could actually be better. So it's going to be a very interesting election. Very, very interesting.
Yeah. Let me just remind people that you can call in. I know they want to listen to Mr. Murray and Apostle Scantlebury. But remember, we have another 30 minutes. And so please get ready to call in. I'm told that Mr. Ryan Ryan is Senator Ryan. Help me, somebody.
Walters.
Walters. I always say Brathwaite. Ryan Walters is speaking. But Mr. Murray, do you have anything you wanted to add just before Dave? You can get Mr. Walters ready, please. Yes.
I just like to say that I want to commend Apostle Scantlebury for highlighting something which you've probably heard me mention 3 or 4 times about organized crime. That international organized crime is the best organized business in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
You've heard me say that, and we have failed in tackling crime in Barbados. There's no evidence that we've treated as an organizer, that we treat the organization of the activity as though it's just off ad hoc. It is not. Things are too well done and with so much precision but happen spasmodically, and it has to be systematic, and that is why no country has ever eradicate crime. It is too highly organized. They do what it takes to get the job done, what it takes to pay, what it takes to kill. The job business must go on, and that incident on Broad Street should be a warning to Barbados. Warning to Barbados that we are making sport. We really. I don't sense nothing that is said by last night. The Attorney General last night spoke at a meeting in Sand Hill, talking about the judges they appointed and the courts and but he didn't say anything that would connect you that people on the ground, policemen on the ground who are doing well, but they can do better if the public is made to seem to support them and give them the encouragement, because they're saying success, but we are fighting crime in secret.
Right.
When I said, come, when you see what happens in Jamaica, Trinidad, where they're active, the police are there every day. You can see the police, you can feel and sense their presence.
Right.
It's not happening here. You have to, and as Mrs. Scantlebury, Apostle Scantlebury would know that the only thing that the organized criminal respect is better organization or force than theirs.
Correct.
That's it. Correct. You have to at least match them.
Correct.
Put them, disrupt them, disturb them, shut them down. Where is that happening? The blocks in Barbados seem to be more entrenched than ever. The blocks are probably made of concrete blocks right now. Permanent.
Yeah. You know,
Let me just gentlemen, let me check with Dave. Dave, do we have anything happening there that we could show?
Of gasoline and diesel for 18 months. For 18 months, although the price of oil internationally dropped significantly, consecutively for 18 months, the government refused to pass on those savings to you. And they work at about 40 street lights. They work on about buses. I fix one road in this constituency. I feel it's okay. That's what they want out, Barbadians. If not for the Democratic Labour Party advocating on your behalf, you will still be paying $4.22 per liter at the gas station. But let me tell you all something. People of St. James North, people of Barbados, that one action from the government of not reducing the price costs you at least $40 to $60 million over that 18-month period. This government is ruthless for the livelihoods of Bajans. But they didn't stop there. Christmas was coming. So what did they do? They give you a little ease at the pump. Bring down the price a little bit. But for 4 months since the last reduction at the pump, you ain't getting none. But the price of oil internationally continues to drop. And between then and now, the international price of oil on the world market has reduced by 8.5%. but yet we cannot see a change at the pump for the consumers in Barbados. This is the government of the day. Big worst government. And the big man is silent. And they talk about what will the Democratic Labour Party do. We are hearing the solutions on that. That's what they say. Although they had all the talk when they were in opposition, the first thing they did when they got in office is to tax Bajans and write off the national insurance money. But it's simple. The Democratic Labour Party had in place a regime where savings at the pump were passed on to consumers. And we did that every time it happened. Every month, the first Sunday in every month, you can be guaranteed that we will treat you fairly. If the price came down, we would lower it. If it went up a little bit, we go add on a little bit. But we were transparent in our business to you. And we have a Minister of Energy that says nothing. Y'all know that we have a Minister of Energy? Who's he? Is a she. I am here to set the record straight. This government is no good for Barbadians. What policy have they put in place for workers? They will tell you that they did the labor clauses bill. Protect workers. Have they brought any companies or businesses that are unfairing employees to the courts? Have they fined them? Have they reviewed their concessions? No. Fancy talk. They will tell you that they implemented the minimum wage, and the minimum wage tonight, in June 1st, will go from $8.50 to $10.50. We are not knocking the minimum wage. But I am here to tell you, please open your eyes. Please open your eyes, because an increase in the minimum wage will also mean an increase in the national insurance scheme. Watch our national insurance scheme. You want to know how much money it will raise over a year? Just that increase from $850 to $1050. Good and fair estimates will suggest that the national insurance scheme, with the increase in minimum wage and the increase in the premiums that go to the national insurance, will reap between $30 million and $40 million a year. St. James North, your money is in danger. Your pensions are in danger. So while you parade and talk about minimum wage increase, we are happy that people can get more. The Democratic Party is happy. But be vigilant and watch this Barbados Labour Party and how they handle that money in the national insurance scheme. We will be watching. Comrades, we are supporting Felicia Dujon. And the reason we are supporting Felicia Dujon is, although it will not change the complexion of the government, it would increase the advocacy and oversight of the government's activity. And we need to tell the people that. Ralph Thorne cannot do it alone. Andrea Rowe cannot do it alone. I cannot do it alone. We need to increase our numbers in Parliament. St. James North, it is on your behalf. If there was no leader of the opposition today, You would have not known that the Barbados Labour Party almost carried $60 million for hope. You would not know, you would have not known that the Barbados Labour Party took $60 million and put in Hope Inc., home ownership providing energy. I say home ownership poorly executed. $60 million. And they called the election. You listening? They called the election. Sorry, they announced the resignation of the Member of Parliament for St. James North. On the same occasion that they laid the final report for the Hope project. So nobody is studying Hope anymore. Auditor General has retired. The Auditor General has officially retired. So he now does not have to take any calls on Sunday evening when he eats his Sunday food. But what I want to share with you is just a few of the things that are concerning St. James North. We walk through some of these districts and some of the houses need some repair. Some of the houses are in a state where people cannot even live in them and are not living in them. And we say we have a housing crisis in this country. But let me tell you, the biggest issue that I have with this SWOT report, one of the biggest issues, Hope is riddled with corruption. And let me tell you why. They have made a decision to build houses with precast concrete versus the traditional method of block work. Are you listening to me carefully? The Auditor General says that this will cost Hope and taxpayers that have to buy them, have to pay back the loans, or us that have to pay for the overruns. $37.8 million more. You could believe that? Instead of putting our young men to work, our tradesmen to build up Barbados as they did in the past, the government of the day is doing big works. The big man and the big boss lady using big contractors to carry away our money. And I use the word carry away because work might be done, but it's the cost that it will be done that we have to concern ourselves with. 1,000 homes. It is going to cost $37.8 million more. Not $37.8 million, $37.8 million more. It is going to cost us, the taxpayers. And that is going to mean that the persons that should be eligible to afford these homes will not be eligible to afford these homes. So when we hear big works, it is not a political slogan. It is a mantra of this Barbados Labour Party government to take advantage of the poor and the taxpayers of this country. And when the Minister of Vesting Lands, well, he's not Minister of Housing, he's the Minister of Vesting Lands. He comes to Parliament, and all you hear is, Mr. Speaker, I raise the Vestis land. Mr. Speaker, I raise the Vestis land. You don't hear, Mr. Speaker, I raise to build 1,000 homes at $125,000 for poor working class people in this country. But when we fought against the government after Hurricane Elsa to stop them from importing the steel frame homes, and we asked them, coming out of COVID, there are tradesmen and small contractors at home have not worked, have not had any money from the government because they were self-employed. We asked them to take care of them first. They said no. And you know what that resulted in? $27 or $28 million in cost overruns. And the houses in shambles, and the houses are incomplete 4 years later. This is the Barbados Labour Party government. You will not see the Minister of Vesting Lands on this campaign trail. If he gets on the platform for the BLP, I get it back on this platform for the Democrat Labour Party. He has to be in hiding. Minister of Energy, same thing for her. We are paying more for light bills. Although this is now 7 years going, and we hear about renewable energy. How we can reduce electricity costs to Bajans. And the price will go up because they know how to factor in storage. Bajans, open your eyes, open your ears. St. James North, in a couple of years or less, you will be asked to pay more for electricity in this country. Not because of the price of oil or anything, because of the incompetence of this Barbados Labour Party to do a transition that makes sense and that will resound to the benefit of taxholders, taxpayers, and house owners in this country. I don't have any more time. But I shall be back. And I want to pledge my support to Felicia Dujon. And I want to say to St. James North and to Barbados that the big man, the big boss lady, and the Barbados Labour Party, the three Bs, are no good for Barbados. No good. They talk pretty and fancy. They try to resonate. Challenge the big man to talk for 45 minutes. You're going to hear transformation, resilience. Transformation, resilience. Transformation, resilience. Climate change. International Labour Organization. And this is why. And this is why. And why do I say that? That's what you're going to hear. Put the big man back in the Senate so I can have lunch with him on Wednesdays. And I got that pissing me off. You play and remind him that he on a diet. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. We voting Felicia, yes, we voting Felicia. Cause Felicia, she is the one. Yes.
Okay.
The night rock done though.
Oh wow. Quite interesting. I had to sit up for that one. Oh my Lord. I go to Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray.
Yeah. I have to confess, I have a lot of time for Senator Walters. He's a fine example how a person can grow in their role and stature and performance.
Yes.
He's done tremendously well. He's among some of the best emerging young politicians in Barbados. NEB is a fine operator in any camp, and I want to commend him too for his how he stuck to that thing about energy. Because when he talks about the price of energy, I always remember Kerry Simmons when he was Minister of Energy. When people complain about the cost of energy, keep the cost rising, higher prices of cost of energy, you know what his solution was? Drive less. Not lower the price. He said it takes so drive less. And therefore, if you drive less, you will use less gas, pay less money. No relief at the pump, nothing. And therefore, that's something he should never forget. I should also when I hear these complaints about the housing and other conditions in St. James North, I cannot but recall that there's an institution known as the Clarkson Foundation. headed and run. It's supposed to be a charity run by Mr. Hinkson, which is supposed to raise so much money. They've done so many wonderful things in the constituency. But I would have thought things like repairing houses and fixing things in the day would have been part of that remit. So, and I'm always very wary of these various foundations that you have across the side. Nobody knows how they're running, etc. We need to audit. We need to audit all of them, and let them account properly. And somebody has to remind Marcia. The community has to be reminded of Mr. Hinkson's non-performance, his arrogance, his insensitivity, his stubbornness, his inflexibility in dealing with the cybercrime bill. Remember, he should be the cybercrime bill that this show helped put to bed, at least for a while. They dare not bring it back to the public, and he was chairman of a commission that did a hatchet job. They went to Washington, and did not comport himself with it. So all of those are part of his representation of the country. Cybercrime bill. Yeah. So he's no hero at all, either retired, past, or present.
Yes. We have a caller on the line. Good night, caller.
Yes, Marcia.
Yes. Good night, sir. Welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Yes. Senator Waters, he will say.
Can you hear him? Can you hear him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Open the eyes and see what's going on. But these people do not care. They do not care.
So you have a device that is on, so I'm hearing myself.
Oh, you're hearing yourself?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. So what you have to do is to turn down whatever device you're listening to. So just repeat what you said.
Okay. Yes, Marcia, you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but what I was saying to you is that you have a device, whatever you're listening.
Lower down.
No, you need to turn it way lower because we're still hearing. Okay, go right ahead now, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, you picking up anything now?
It's perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Well, I say that Senator Waters, he talked well, and everything he said is true. And if business don't listen to what this man saying, they're going to be in trouble. And Mr. Scantlebury, he's a wonderful person, and he like Barbados. He's one of the people that like Barbados. Martin, when all doing a good job, and tell everybody have a good night, and make sure when to keep up with a good word.
Yes, sir.
I will have a chat with Mr. Thorne tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. God bless you. Thanks for calling.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Yes. Okay. All righty. Back to, well, we still have a couple of minutes, but I wanted to still get a little bit of Mr. Thorne. So Dave will have to tell me who is on at this time. Dave? Okay, so Dave will write and in the chat and let me know. But continue. I was out checking on the calls. I don't know where we are in the conversation, but I needed to make my Mr. Murray commented on Mr. Senator Ryan, but did you have a chance yet, Apostle?
Not yet.
You're
Not
muted.
yet.
You're muted. Philip.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you now, sir.
Okay, great. Well, let me just say, listening to Senator Walters, that was pretty much impeccable. His delivery, his stance, his passion, his intelligence on what he's delivering, and I like that when you present something to the public, especially in a campaign meeting, that you have the information to support what you're saying, and I think that is very key to what the Democratic Labour Party needs to be doing right now. I like the fact that you mentioned that without the Democratic Labour Party and Mr. Thorne being there as the current opposition leader and being in the House of Assembly, that Barbadians would not have known about the mismanagement of finances with the whole project. He also mentioned about how I think you mentioned about 40 million. Is it $40 million that the people of Barbados ended up paying with these high um, prices at the gas pump? You know, so his intelligence is obviously very solid, and I think that goes a long way when people are listening to you. That um, your information is not, you know, pulling numbers out of the sky. You know, I remember years ago a particular um, tourism minister. I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said, "Scats, listen, I don't understand these people," and he mentioned that um, there was some press conference, and the minister of tourism said we had in the first quarter of the year we had over, you know, 1.2 million people who came to Barbados. And he said he went to him afterwards and said, "Doc, where'd you get that number from?" He said, I just pulled it out of the sky. So apparently the sky has the numbers for the amount of visitors we have for tourism. It's not a matter of what we can substantiate. We just pull numbers. So the mere fact that he is able to deliver that presentation with the credible level of information that he brought, that is pretty heavy. And I think a lot of people would have gone away more educated from his presentation just now to have a greater understanding of what is being done to them. So that's
Yes.
pretty impressive. I like that.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we have a caller on the line. Good night, caller. Welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Good night to the entire panel and lawyer opposition. My points tonight is actually illegal to place posters on light poles, etc. And I do not understand why they keep doing it. As far as that statement, Miss Apostle Scantlebury alluded to as well, I find that very hard to believe as a voter, because the only way that the boxes can be accessed is at the counting station. When you vote, you go and you place your ballot in a sealed box. So I find that unbelievable. And Mr. Marie was on point. And my last point is that in campaigning, I believe in presenting your position, it should either be like a debate. Give me the pros and cons. If you are opposing, tell me what the other side is doing wrong and that you believe needs to be fixed. Or it should be like a thesis for your doctoral, and to people who can vote in this by election. If you're not going to vote, you have to be contented with what you get. To those who are going to vote, you vote based on what you know is happening in your journey. If you believe you're suffering, vote for someone else.
Okay.
And if you believe the BLP is doing right for you, continue to do that.
Yes.
And those are my points for the night.
Well, thank you thank you so very much. Very well made. We have Senator Andre Worrell right on the screen, and we're going to hear a little bit of him. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, go right ahead, Dave.
Remember, the Barbados Labour Party took that away from you and kicked the can down the road so that you could not get your interest on your bonds within the period of time in which you wanted it. You had to wait. You have to wait 15 years for it to come to maturity. They went to the IMF, put this country through hardship, and then at the back of it, because they were entitled to a number of concessionary loans through the World Bank and other agencies, they borrowed back every single cent. And we in Barbados can't see where that money is going, what that money is being used for. It is definitely not being used to shore up our healthcare sector. It is definitely not being used for our educational sector, because every single week a different school in Barbados is closed. The school right over there was closed for 2 weeks in the last term because of environmental issues, coach coming down from off of the hills. And I'm certain that many of you, the residents in this area, have to deal with that. But the government is not putting any money to deal with those things. They have no ideas for agriculture, so that's why the coach there. Because if the land was under productive use, it would not have coach. You have a government that does not have the political will to fix the issues affecting the people of Barbados. That is why we're still dealing with a high cost of living. That is why we still have an out of control crime situation. And that is why we still have a declining healthcare sector in Barbados, because the Barbados Labour Party, with 29 seats, still do not have the political will to deal with these issues in Barbados, but they will find every single excuse, or they will get on their platform and criticize the Democratic Labour Party, even though we are not the ones in government, we are not the ones in cabinet, but they will criticize us, but they do nothing to deal with the issues affecting the people of Barbados. And all this time we are suffering. But for the people of St. James North, you have an opportunity on the 21st of May to send a message to the Barbados Labour Party. We do not like what you're doing. You are causing us to suffer too much. And for that reason, we will not allow the arrogant Chad Blackman to sit in the lower house and continue with these policies which abandon the people of Barbados. We will give a young lady who cares about us, who is passionate about the people of Barbados, an opportunity to represent the interests of the people of St. James North. And that will bring about a refreshing change in this constituency, and it will bring about a refreshing change all across Barbados, because they will get the message. And Felicia Dujon will be on the ground doing the work for you, the people of St. James North. Now, I want to say that I'm the spokesperson for health, so I will speak a little bit more on health tonight. Now, I read in the paper today, and I saw persons commenting about this survey, which was done at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, saying that 98% of the persons are satisfied with the service at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Does that sound like the Queen Elizabeth Hospital that you know about? Does that sound like the Queen Elizabeth Hospital that you or any of your family members went into in recent times? Does that sound like the Queen Elizabeth Hospital that you have to wait 4 or 5 days in accident and emergency before you are admitted onto a ward? Does that sound like the Queen Elizabeth Hospital that have some people waiting for 6 months or more just to get a CAT scan or MRI, or even to get an operation? How could 98% of the people surveyed say that they are satisfied? But what it shows you, that the government is spending money on the wrong things. Because when they should be spending money to buy medication for the hospital, they're spending money on PR and public relations and a communication consultant who would come and put these things on the people. To the driver of MR867.
No, yeah.
The driver of MR867, please move their vehicle. MR867. As I was saying, the government have their priorities wrong. When the hospital should be spending money to buy medication, and supplies to run tests, they're spending the money on PR, they're spending the money on billboards, advertising the 60th anniversary of the hospital. And when you go to the hospital for service, you are told that the clinic is not operating today because you don't have this agent, or you can't get this test done because you don't have this reagent. Do you know that the pathology lab in the hospital was closed for nearly 2 months or 3 months? Do you know that there is currently an infection going through the wards of the hospital, which could be causing a number of people who have minor operations in the hospital to leave with an infection and have to return to the hospital a few days after to be treated for those infections because of the situation at the hospital? So instead of spending money on PR, you should be spending money to clean the air conditioning ducts in the wards at the hospital. You should be spending money to properly sterilize the hospital. You should be spending money to fix all of the environmental issues within the hospital so that every week you don't have a different section closing down. You have one section that is being closed down because the roof is leaking. You have mold building up in different sections of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Let Jerome Walker come on the platform wherever the Barbados Labour Party having their next meeting and deny these things, because he ain't gonna come and do it because he knows it's true. You have a government that has misplaced their priorities. Instead of spending the money on the things that matter for people to improve healthcare, they're spending it on cosmetic things such as PR and other things that do not benefit the people of Barbados. And I want to say to you tonight, now, I wanted to hear Jerome Walker in the estimates speak about the amount of money allocated to the wellness program of the government, because the ministry is the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And if they had allocated sufficient money, Chad Blackman would not have to be on the platform talking about his diet and going on a diet and eating properly. But if they, for an entire ministry, they had $400,000 allocated to a wellness program that is supposed to go all across Barbados. When we were in government with Mara Thompson, we had the Get Moving program, which went into communities and got persons to come out and get involved in physical activities, because we recognize that the physical activities was one of the sure ways of reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, high blood sugar, all of those things, and getting people to live a healthier life. So if you ask me, I would say that any government that allocates a good percentage of their GDP in terms of establishing a wellness program that would get Barbados out there active and moving, they will do a lot to improve the quality of life of people in Barbados, so that you just wouldn't have to go to the gym. But that wellness program would also include access to proper nutrition as well, because many persons who have diabetes or kidney failure, one of the things that they find hard to do is to maintain their diet. Not only because the cost of the items, the healthy foods are expensive, but also because we don't necessarily have the ideas to how to prepare that proper diet that you'll be interested in in utilizing that food on a daily basis. If this government would invest more than $400,000 on a wellness program that can touch every single constituency in Barbados. When they introduced the salt tax, they said that they would add an additional $1 million to it. But $1.4 million is not enough to bring about an adequate wellness program that would touch every single constituency in Barbados. The elderly, and all of those people who need to get active and who also need to eat better nutrition. I am saying to this government that that is what you need to hear the Jerome Walker speaking about. And $1.4 million is not adequate. If they don't know how to deal with it, the Democratic Labour Party knows how to deal with it. But you should have nothing less than $1 million put aside for every single constituency so that you can get programs running in every single constituency to get persons active and to also to bring about a balanced diet as well. This is what the Democratic Labour Party will do. This is the side with the ideas. The Barbados Labour Party has shown that they're corrupt and bankrupt of ideas. The people of Barbados, it is time that we vote them out. And this is your first opportunity on the 21st of May. Not to vote them out, but to vote in Felicia Dujon as the representative for St. James North. And moving on in terms of the crisis at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, we already dealt with the wait times in A&E. We already dealt with the long wait for surgeries, but I want to come to the broken primary healthcare system. Now, you hear the communication consultant often telling Barbadians, don't come to accident and emergency because there's a backlog. But where are they supposed to go? Because not every Barbadian has $450 sitting down there that you can go to one of the private facilities, and many of those private facilities close at 11 o'clock at night. So if something happens to you at 2 o'clock in the morning, where are you supposed to go if not to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital? And if the government would invest more money in the polyclinics so that all of the patients who go to the polyclinics will get their issues addressed on a timely basis, you would not have so many people having to go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital at the last resort. Because our healthcare system is failing because only because of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but the failure in the primary healthcare, which includes the polyclinic network, to diagnose and detect the problems at an early stage. Oftentimes people go to the polyclinic or to their doctor at a very acute stage in any illness, when the blood sugar is already too high, when the blood pressure is probably too high, and then the doctor has no choice but to refer them to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for treatment. We need to hear Jerome Walker talking about how are you going to improve polyclinics such as the Morris Bayer Polyclinic, who young children can't even get to see a dentist, which is one of the services which are provided free at the polyclinics. But do you know that children in the catchment area for Morris Bayer cannot get an appointment to see a dentist? All of these things lead to reduction in our health care and our quality of life, because you can recognize problems if you have a proper dental checkup. You can recognize that there are other problems that you might need to have addressed. And that's why it's important, because what's the first thing that the dentist will tell the children to do? To eat healthy, not to eat so many sweets. So what are the problems that we have in terms of the non-communicable diseases? We don't eat well. We have a lot of sugary foods. Those things add up. So if you have the children in a habit going to the dentist from very early and getting into that habit of not eating sugary foods, brushing the teeth properly, it would help to reduce later in life some of the non-communicable diseases that we are facing. But at the Morris Bayer Polyclinic, You cannot get an appointment for your child to see the dentist. You have to wait 6 months to get an appointment, when the child should be going back every 6 months to get their teeth cleaned and checked. All of these are things that need to be addressed, because this government is just borrowing money, but is not spending it on the people of Barbados. And when they come to your doors asking for a vote, ask them, why should we give you another chance when you have squandered the opportunity which you have? You have borrowed a lot of money. You're wasting taxpayers' money, but we're not seeing any improvement in the services and the quality of service delivery in this country.
I think we're having a problem there, Dave, with the feed. Anybody else hearing it, or is it just me?
No, I think it's still
clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a spinning. It was a spinning. Well, folks, we those who want to stay on, you can always stay on. I'm just letting my presenters know that I will keep it running till they're finished, because I think Mr. Thorne is going to come up to speak a little later. But while we wait to see what David, let me know what's happening with the feed there. Any thoughts on Senator Warren?
I speak whenever I'm there.
Dave, is it on?
You are hearing on the Barbados Labour Party platform when they come to you. These are the issues that need to be addressed in this country. And the Barbados Labour Party is showing that they are not willing to address any of these issues. And we need to chastise them for that. The people of St. James North, you have an opportunity to chastise them for that on the 21st of May. Why waste your vote on the Barbados Labour Party when they're doing nothing to deserve it? Why not give that vote to someone who is willing to work for it, who has shown that she can walk the constituency of St. James North? One of the things that our canvassers, when they're out there, are noticing, we are not seeing the candidate for the Barbados Labour Party out there. When we see him, he's in the back of a vehicle driving around. So if he can't manage to walk around and go door to door to knock on your house to beg you for a vote, I don't think that he has the interest or the will or the capacity to do the job as your representative in the lower house. Mayor Motley already plans to send him back to the Senate as the Minister of Education. He can go back there and do that job for the little bit of time that they have left in government. Allow Felicia Dujon to take the place in the House of Assembly. She will come around and knock on your doors. She will come around and get to know you. She will visit your schools, and when there are problems, she will advocate for your children. She will advocate for the single parents, as she has already done. She will listen to your concerns and speak about your street lighting situation. Speak about the narrow roads which you have with no adequate sidewalks. She would advocate for these things, but for the pedigree person that Mayor Motley wants to put in the lower house, he does not care about those things, and that is why they have such a poor Reiki political platform every night, criticizing and looking for memes and clickbait and comedy. But we bring serious politics to the people of Barbados. We address the issues. We have no time to look to see who come into Parliament for lunch or who not speaking in Parliament. We come to Parliament to debate the issues, and we come to Parliament to represent the interests of the people of Barbados. That is what Ralph Thorne is about. That is what Felicia Dujon is about. And Barbadians and the people of St. James North, vote for the people who will stand up for you. Vote for the people who will represent your interests, not for the people who's using it as just another stepping stone to continue with a corrupt and bankrupt government. Every week, the Prime Minister is out. She's only here now because of the by-election, but she probably can't wait to get out of Barbados. She gone away? Where she gone this time around? She can't wait to get out of Barbados. And what they're not telling you, do not allow the Barbados Labour Party to fool you. Couple days ago, we had a meeting with the IMF, and they left Barbadians so confused when the journalists don't know, the economists don't know whether or not we're going back into another IMF program. But we know that they have the IMF on speed dial. But I'm telling you, I spoke about this in the Senate during the estimates. All of the requirements were met at the end of March, but not necessarily the supplementaries, which they bought at the very end of March for over $300 million in supplementaries that this Barbados Labour Party government bought at the very end of March, including over $30 million for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to bring in nurses from Ghana. Now, you don't tell me, does it make sense? Because that was the heading for the supplementary. $30 million and under the bullet point, recruiting nurses from Ghana. And do you know that here in Barbados, we have nurses graduating from BCC who are not getting opportunities to practice in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And as long as you are a nurse and you don't get an opportunity to practice in a hospital, it means that your qualifications will not allow you to be able to transfer or work outside of Barbados, because you need that opportunity to practice in a tertiary level healthcare institution where you deal with a number of issues. So you need to ask them when they come around, what are they doing to show up the number of nurses coming from Barbados? Because at one point in time, Barbados exported nurses. And what we should be doing with all of the young people who are seeking opportunities, flooding Barbados Community College and the Polytechnic with them. You can either start with the auxiliary nursing program, because we need persons to work in the to do the care of the elderly, because that is another niche area for Barbados. So, but don't just let them stop there. Do that program and then move into the registered nursing program at BCC, so that you would have more qualified nurses. And if the nurses decide that they want to experience greener pasture and go overseas, it has been a tradition in Barbados for years, when many of our nurses left Barbados and went to the UK and then ended up in Africa and ended up in other places working. Allow them to do that. But they need to have the training first. They need to have access to the training. So ask Jerome Walker, what are they doing to expose more of our young people in Barbados? How much of that $30 million was actually spent to recruit more nurses from Barbados and expand spaces at the community college so that more Barbadians can be trained? Those are the things that will be done by a strategic government, but you would never get it from the Barbados Labour Party, especially under Mayor Motley. Because remember, she was along in politics for a long time and has a long track record of mismanagement. Go back to her first ministry, education. We didn't see the benefits of EduTech yet. We had to come to government in 2008, and all of the things that EduTech was supposed to do, the Democratic Labour Party had to do. We didn't see the benefits of that, and that is why Oinata moved her and put her in another ministry. She then went as the Attorney General in Barbados, and the first Attorney General that caused a prison to burn down. And I believe that as long as she remains the Prime Minister, she's the only Prime Minister that don't want to send the criminals to dots. Ask yourself that question, because if she did, they will be dealing with the crime situation in this country. So she burned down Glendale prison, so maybe that was telling us something. So the first Attorney General to burn down the prison, then Oinata had to move her to economic affairs, where she could not touch much things. But she still found an opportunity to touch and corrupt things, because that is in her nature. That is in her nature. So you must ask the question about the merger of Barclays Bank and CIBC to form First Caribbean and how what did Mayor Motley do in that process? Those are the questions that you must answer when she comes around to you. She is not no fresh baked choice bread. I tell you again, just like Chad Batman, she's a stale baguette with fungus, with a bad history of fungus. So we so far in terms of the Ministry of Finance. Then I think she had some responsibility for the Crab Hill Police Station, which ain't too far from here. There was a special report on the Crab Hill Police Station. So all the talk, this woman got a history and a shady past. She is no freshly baked choice bread. She is just a stale baguette, just like Chad Blackman. And when you put him in the House of Assembly next to her, you will get another litany of corruption and woes. So don't do it. If you want something pure and precious, go for Felicia Dujon. If you want a representative that will be passionate and speak out for you, vote for Felicia Dujon. The choice is clear. We don't want an old Mogi baguette. We want someone with ideas. We want someone with passion and commitment. We want Felicia Dujon on the 21st. So all through St. James North, go to the polls from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Carry your children who have never voted before. Tell them this is a vote for your future. This is a vote to save and rescue Barbados. The elderly, even though some of you would have had a tradition of voting a certain way, maybe this is the time to rethink that tradition and give someone an opportunity who is willing to work for you. Remember, Felicia Dujon is that person. She is passionate and she is committed and she is willing to work for you. And that is the message that I want to say to you tonight. We have a government which is not working in the interests of the people of Barbados. Why give them another seat that they do not deserve? Give that opportunity to someone who is willing to work for you. Felicia Dujon, vote Felicia on the 21st of May from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And on the 22nd, we will have a celebration in St. James North with all of you are welcome. Thank you and have a good night.
Yes, we vote in Felicia. We vote in Felicia. Yes, we vote in.
Oh my Lord! Oh my Lord! Listen, my guests and my panelists. We're way over time. We're way over time, but I believe that the people want to stay on to hear Mr. Thorne, and So, but you're free to go because I have you here so late. Your wives are gonna kill me, Mr. Murray.
Yes, I like to go and listen to Mr. Thorne more comfortably because he'd probably be there for a while.
Yes.
But I thought there's another good presentation from Senator Worrell, who's also growing in his role. It seems as though he and Rand Walters and the Senate are rubbing off each other and growing with each other. And if he takes that kind of approach to St. Michael Central, where I understand he's seeking to be the candidate, I think he would do that robust attitude would stand him in very good stead in St. Michael Central.
Yes.
So I wish him good luck. But it was a good night, good presentation. 3 good presentations so far I've heard.
Yes, wonderful. Apostle, before you go, because I know your wife must have wondered why you want that show so long.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, any thoughts?
I gave another great presentation. I've heard Senator Worrell now. I think this is the 5th time that I've heard him. Very, very passionate. Very, very, down to earth, ground based level of political delivery. He's quite challenging, and I like that about him. That in his delivery, he challenges individuals to prove what he's saying is actually correct, and I think that's a pretty good move for someone of his stature in terms of his position. He did say that he is the spokesperson on health, and health is a very big issue in Barbados right now. So I think that coming together with the campaign for Miss Dujon, I think it's a very good mix. So I like the flow there of Miss Dujon, then Senator Walters, and then Senator Worrell. I think that was a pretty good flow. Um, so that lineup, I believe, should help to solidify um, more individuals who might be willing to, tip the scale in her favor in this election.
Yes. Well, thank you all so very much, gentlemen. I'm going to release you to your wives, and
Sure.
and tell them thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your their Mother's Day. And we're going to stay on. Don't move, guys. Mr. Thorne is coming up. We're going to stay on and watch his speech. Thank you so much,
All
Mr.
right. Good
Murray.
night.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
my pleasure.
Scantlebury. Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
Good
much.
night.
Great job.
Good night,
Good
Apostle.
night.
Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night to you, Mr. Murray. Good seeing
Thank
you.
you. Same to
Yes.
you. Same here. All
Great.
right.
Great.
Good.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, folks, what a night. Who are the ones that will stay with me? Who is going to stay with me? Who's staying with me tonight? Who not moving? Come on, man. Come on, man. Even if you lay down, don't get off. Stay with me tonight. Huh? You know how it is, we've got to, if we're the opposition, we've got to behave like the opposition, okay? Behave like the opposition. And as I said, as soon as we're able to get some speeches in from the others, we're going to play them. The one of the Stephanie Williams independent candidate should be on with us on Wednesday night. All right. And I think I'm not sure. Is this Mr. Thorne? It's coming up. No, they're getting his who is staying? Somebody's saying I'm staying. Continue to share. Michelle, so we up for this. I'm not moving. you see all, from when you all want me to stay on until 11. Dave, where is the link? Where's the link? Okay. Mr. Thorne drinking his water, man. He ready?
They just can't stop me now. Even when they said their time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good night to the wonderful supporters and members of the Democratic Labour Party, but most importantly, good night to the good and wonderful people of St. James North. This is your time. St. James North, this is your time. And we've come to share your time with you. Now, one of the observations that I've made is that this campaign is clearly demonstrating that there's a fundamental difference between the two parties. A fundamental difference. And it is manifesting itself in not only the quality of the speeches, but in the content of those speeches. And that is something we're happy about. We said early that we wanted to set a standard of decency. And if I will give any little credit to the other side, I will say that having observed their platforms, with a few exceptions, of course, they are trying to follow the standard that we have set in terms of decency, because we're taking people seriously. And we are taking this election seriously. And this is not a place of clowns and buffoons and jokes. This is about people's lives. This is about the lives of people who are enduring hardship. This is about the lives of people who are affected by perhaps the highest cost of living that we have had in this country. Certainly, it's the worst spate of crime that we've had in this country. And as politicians, we need to address it. And we do not properly address it by coming and making jokes. And this is not a soap opera. This is not a theater. This is the people's real life. And we are living in a country in which there's a lot of suffering, and we have chosen in this party to be the voice for those who suffer. And as I said last night at the opening, it is not always a popular thing to speak on behalf of those who suffer. But I want to say to you tonight that more people than you imagine are enduring severe hardship and severe suffering, and suffering of all kinds. We know that the poor are suffering, but you know, there are some well-to-do people in this country who suffer too. Loneliness. And they too suffer constantly from the fear of home invasion, because when the bandits go to rob, they go to rob those who have. And so there are people of all strata in this society who are suffering and who are affected by crime. And even if the suffering that comes from a high cost of living does not affect some, there is much suffering in this country, and the fear of a prime minister who is dictatorial, a fear of a prime minister who on a daily basis is into the politics of intimidation. I have had well-to-do businessmen in this country over the last 2 weeks who have told me that the business class in this country feels intimidation and fear from a prime minister who wants to dominate every area of social, commercial, political, and economic life. So there's widespread suffering across this country. And at the heart of that suffering is a prime minister and a government that cares only about the survival of this illegitimate government. And so, having pledged ourselves to reach a high standard, I want to thank the men of God who came to the opening of our coastal office, an office donated by a member of this constituency. You see, they're scoffing at us and saying that we don't have any money. But what have we come with? We have come with hearts and minds filled with moral substance. And we are not going to abandon that. We are going to prove to the Barbados Labour Party that there's a time in the life of this country and a time in the life of this constituency when morality will triumph over money. And I therefore thank Pastor Carter, Pastor Durant, Pastor Scantlebury, and I'm sorry I don't remember the name of the Catholic priest who visited us last night. And we also want to thank a member of this constituency, Pastor Payne, David Payne. 5 men came and prayed with us last night. You see, when we do events, we don't need to indulge people's propensity or the Barbados Labour Party's propensity for degradation and disgraceful conduct. That's not us. And I have told you that these parties are constituting themselves and establishing themselves as 2 completely different parties. We come to uplift the people of St. James North. We don't bring degradation and moral decay to the people of St. James North. Whatever we do and whenever we do it under the guidance of the Almighty. And that is why there was an assemblage of 4 men of God last night to open sacred space. The space that young Miss Felicia Dujon will occupy over the next few weeks. And we move on Tuesday to the opening of the office in Rockbendo, up here. Again, donated by a constituent. Donated by a constituent. We are establishing a real and a genuine and an authentic relationship with the people in this constituency. And they understand that even if we don't come with money, that we come with a deep sense of morality, and they respect that. And we want to thank the people of St. James North who have taken us and taken this worthy young lady into the privacy of their homes. And they've spoken privately with her. And they have told her, young Felicia, we are with you. And we come with humility. We accept that with humility. Because we've also said, apart from morality over money, we will prove that humility can triumph over hubris. And hubris is that overweening arrogance with which the Barbados Labour Party normally comes. And we have also said one of our mottos is service over celebrity. Because you've noticed the Barbados Labour Party candidate in every speech, the focus is not on the people of St. James North. The focus is on him. He needs to run, and he will run 3 days in the constituency, and he's going to join a gym in the constituency, and everybody is offering him food. Well, you know, this egocentric involvement in political life, tell him it is not about him. It is about the people of St. James North. And whatever is his physical appearance, that has nothing to do with this campaign, which is about justice. Justice for the people of this constituency. Justice for the people of Barbados. And this is a country sweating and laboring under the worst government that we have ever had post-independence. The worst. And I hear them in the House every week talking about the lost decade. And I say to them, on behalf of the people of Barbados, that this is feeling like the last decade of our lives. This one. This is feeling as if it is going to be the last decade in the life of this country, because we cannot get worse. And we can only get better if you elect Felicia Dujon. We can only get better if you elect the Democratic Labour Party. We can only get better if the parliament of this country achieves a greater numerical balance. I often say there's a chair to my left, and apart from placing my briefcase there, it is empty, St. James North. St. James North, we want to fill that chair with human worth, with a model of womanhood, good and virtuous womanhood. And I'm not attacking anybody, but this is a virtuous woman. And St. James North, you can get her. And you can get her quietly on the 21st of May. What say you, St. James North? Do you want this worthy woman to be your representative? Or will you have a continuation of corruption in government? As we have indicated quite often, it makes no difference to the political life of this country. If you elect the Barbados Labour Party representative, it will be bad business as usual. You want a parliament that is vibrant. You want a parliament that will expose the misdeeds of this government. And two heads are better than one. And I'm ready to have a second head next to me. I'm ready for that. Mortley said a few days ago that I'm politicizing crime. I'm politicizing crime. And tonight I want to speak to you on the origins of crime. This is a serious platform. We don't come down here. If you want jokes, I don't know where the Barbados Labour Party is tonight, but if you want jokes, go and look for them. The lives of people are serious lives, and crime is a serious thing. And I want to say to you that the Barbados Labour Party has lost the skill, if it ever had it, and the moral authority to deal with crime. Because the Prime Minister of your country has misled you on the origins of crime. And I want to speak to you tonight on the origins of crime, the real origins of crime, and the responsibility of the government. Because when a Prime Minister, when the head of a government tells you that crime is not a political issue, it shows that she does not understand her role. And she doesn't understand the role of a government in dealing with crime. If it was not a political issue, why would you have a minister of crime prevention? The minister of crime prevention is a politician, and government has a responsibility to deal with crime. And it could only be a liar. It could only be a liar, and I'm not being offensive, that would come and say to you that crime is not a political issue, yet you appoint a minister for crime prevention. Immediately, you're disclosing to this country that the government has a responsibility in relation to crime. But everything is a lie. Everything is diversion. Everything is distraction. Everything is false. Every debate that the government comes to you with has a basis in falsehood. But you know, I was very distressed when the Prime Minister told the people of this country, here's how she characterized crime. And I paused because it hurts. You have a Prime Minister who takes a number of people down to the East Coast every year to jump up and down, leaving the Bamsies in the road, as my friend Bascom said. That's how it was advertised. I didn't see Pastor Durant down there opening the proceedings with prayer. I didn't see that. Again, nothing uplifting. The Barbados Labour Party does nothing to uplift the lives of the people of this country, and they have betrayed the young people of this country. They've betrayed them. And that is a moment of sadness for us who have seen better. But I was very unhappy when she said, in locating crime, she didn't go into the high places. She didn't go into the hidden places in this country where the origins of crime are located. She went into poor people's houses. She went into the houses like the ones up the road there. Like the houses in Rockdando. We're not rich. And she talked about the people wearing 2 gold chains. The same people that she takes down to the East Coast. The same people that I see her in videos hugging up. And they calling her the general man. The general man. And she has made in the last 7 years of her prime ministerial life appeal to that class of person. And I don't disparage them. But I want them to understand the contempt that the Prime Minister feels for them. Because when she is describing crime, she goes to them. And she goes into the heart of their households. And she talks about the men who gamble and come home with money. And the parents, the mothers on Mother's Day, for God's sake, she blames the mothers. And says that the mother's not asking them anything. That they're coming into the house with lots of money for which they gambled. They got it by gambling, and some of them have on big gold chains. This is the same woman that had a lot of young people running behind her. Oh. A lot of young working class people running behind her over the last 7 years. And this is one of the nastiest betrayals of the young people of this country. When Mia Motley says to them that y'all are the criminals, y'all are the real criminals. Understand what she is saying. Rockdando. Understand what she is saying, St. James North. So that is why I tell you, this election must be taken seriously. And we must look at the political anatomy of Mia Motley. We must unmask her. We must do political surgery on her tonight and every night until the 21st of May. And understand the manner of woman that is the Prime Minister of this country. That she has led young people across this country in bacchanal, in revelry, in the most disgusting acts of personal degradation, people bending over and carrying on in public places. And up at Elira Court, every crop over, the same thing happening. Everything is a fact, ma'am, you're right.
Everything is a fact. But when asked to explain the origin of crime, same people, St. James North, you ready for this thing? You ready to take this government back? You ready to take this seat back? Well, this Democratic Labour Party is ready. So she has painted the stereotype of the criminal. And for her, the criminal is a poor fella with gold chains and the proceeds of gambling. And she hasn't taken them into certain places. But we are not going there tonight. We want to say that in fighting crime, there's an agency that has been neglected. Some of them are here tonight. And we want to thank the members of the Barbados Police Service. We really do. Who have not only protected us during this campaign, but protected this country for many, many years. And I want to tell you something particularly about the police force. And you know, we have to tell the truth. We have pledged during this campaign to tell the truth. Let me pause and commend all of the speakers who came to this platform tonight. Y'all didn't like them? Y'all heard the quality of public debate. Ryan, Andre, Dawn, Simon, Verla. I miss anybody? Oh man, Felicia. Felicia, look here a minute, please. Look here a minute. Look here a minute. Come forward. Come forward. This is Mother's Day. Don't fall down. You see this lady here? This lady, she intends to visit every house in this constituency. Everyone. Tell the people you intend to do it. You said it to me. Say it, please.
I intend to visit the 7,800 houses in this constituency, and I will. I will.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Felicia. She has the energy, and she's not dependent on money to do it. She has moral content. She cares. And that is why she leaves us behind quite often, the sun hot and Felicia moving. Sometimes it is quite amusing to observe. This little lady and she moving. And David Moore tired. And I tired. And Cavill tired and Melissa tired. But Felicia moving. Because Felicia intends to go to every one of the 7,500 and how many? 53 houses in this constituency. If you have a representative, if you have a candidate who is working like that to get the seat, imagine the kind of work that she will pledge to do to keep the seat. And so I commend all of my colleagues who came here tonight. I know that I'm with a good team. And I'm not the kind of person, I am not the kind of person who becomes invested in leading people because they're weak. I want to lead people because they're strong. And I'm going to bring out another secret. We held a speakers meeting this morning because whenever we come to the people of this country by way of meeting, we want to offer the best and the best quality of public discourse. And we say among ourselves who will deal with what. That is how seriously we take this. There's no insecurity among us. We want every one of us to be the best that we can be at all times. So that leadership is not about diminishing people. Leadership is about lifting people up. And so what you heard here tonight, it is difficult to say which among them, which among us is the best. We are not trying to be the best individuals. We are trying to be the best team. Showers of blessing. Put up your brollies. I want to say something about the Barbados Police Service. I want to say that, well, not I want to say, I'm saying it. I am saying that this government has neglected and alienated the Barbados Police Service. And you all know how it began and when it began. We heard the Prime Minister this week talking about speed dial. And one would have thought that the Prime Minister would have been reluctant to use that phrase, speed dial. Because one Good Friday, the speed dial went to work. And when the speed dial went to work, the Barbados Police Service fell. You all know the facts. This government has alienated the Barbados Police Service. This government has diminished the Barbados Police Service. And this government has done that in favor of certain persons. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But I want to say something about the Barbados Police Service tonight. I want to say that a Barbados government that has financed criminals. They finance criminals. They admit now that they paid them. They haven't told us now. The estimates came to Parliament. Up to now, the government has not told the people of Barbados how much money was allocated to pay the criminals in this country, to ask them to stop shooting people. This is really Barbados that we live in. When a government is paying people to stop shooting people, and the irony of it is that they call it a peace program, and the police become irrelevant, and in the aftermath of this so-called peace program, we get in one murder a week in this country, still. And they have not had the transparency and the openness to tell the people of this country how much money they committed to it. But I said it in Parliament, and I'm going to say it here as well. That the men had the gumption to go on the front page of the paper and say, we want more money. The government owes us some more money. But you know who the government owes money? The government owes at least 138 members of the Barbados Police Service thousands of dollars in back pay, and they're refusing to pay them. The same government that took out your taxes and paid to criminals, this government is refusing to pay 138 police officers monies that are owed to the police. Prison officers as well. That's Amoy. I recognize your voice. Welcome, Amoy. Happy Mother's Day to you. She will represent Christchurch East just now. Against the man who Lynroy talked about this week, and they're trying to censor that, but I'm coming back at the next meeting to deal with Roe and Abrams. Because the people of this country need to understand the kind of government we have when a man who is acquitted on a charge before the court comes out and says that one of his colleagues came to court and lied on him under oath. Y'all understand what is happening in this country? Y'all understand what is happening in this country? And the psychopaths and the pseudoscientists walking around talking about dysfunction in this party? When two men sitting in the same parliament, one accuses the other of perjuring himself against him. But you know they're going to Parliament on Tuesday. And I'm watching them. I am watching them. I am going in there just to see Abrams and Roe. I am going just to see Abrams and Roe because Emmanuel Joseph asked him, but how y'all can get along now? And you know, I didn't plan to talk about this, but they dismissed that man because he was on a charge. Barbados, St. James North, in the interests of good governance, in the interest of parliamentary propriety, is Roe going to get his job back? If you suspend a man, and they didn't suspend him, they fired him. And they fired him because he was on the charge. Now that he has been acquitted, but you know, that's their problem. But it becomes our problem only because Parliament does not exist by itself. Parliament is there to pass laws for the peace, order, and good government of Barbados. And we are Barbadians. And we have a vested interest that Parliament should function in the interest of Barbados. We have 2 parliamentarians in there. They will visit in there on Tuesday, unless they send Abrahams overseas to cool his heels. I will come back to you and report to you as to whether they're speaking to each other, as to whether they spoke to each other, as to whether they said anything. And I want to say to you that Abrams is not the only one that Rose stopped speaking to. Y'all think it easy inside there? Kiss our makeup. Let me come back to the police. This government owes the Barbados Police Service, and more particularly 138 officers, monies that they are refusing to pay them. I got this message today from a police officer, and he asked me to tell you. And I'm going to tell you. And he complains that the same government that is paying money to a peace program is depriving police officers from monies that are due to them for preventing crime in this country. They're being asked to serve, protect, and reassure the citizens of this country. And they feel aggrieved that a government that takes up monies, millions of dollars, undisclosed sums, and gives to a criminal element is refusing to pay them. And then telling you that we are politicizing crime. The reason the estimates came this year and $189 million was dedicated to the police force. The police service did not dedicate that to themselves. It was done by the government. It was done by politicians. Politicians are deeply involved in the administration of the Barbados Police Service because the government votes $189 million for the police service to prevent crime in your country. That is political activity. So when Mayor Motley comes down to St. James North and tells you that we are politicizing crime, she's talking nonsense. Politicians have a public responsibility to deal with crime. And part of that responsibility extends to proper treatment of the police service. A man who has been a police officer for 32 years should not be getting the kind of money that he gets. I don't want to embarrass my friends from the police service, but your police officers are underpaid. Badly underpaid. And while these people are traveling the world in private jets, Mia Motley puts her body onto a private jet at least once every 1.5 weeks. She says she doesn't travel first class. Within no first class section on a private jet. But the lies, the contempt for the people of this country, everything she says, when you unravel it, at its very kernel, is a contemptuous lie. You don't respect people if you believe that whenever you talk to them, you must lie to them. So, tell me, Motley, that crime is a political issue. Tell me, Motley, the time has come to treat the Barbados Police Service with dignity and decency. And pay them. And to stop paying criminals in this country not to shoot people. We in Barbados, we are the voice for the voiceless. And if the people in St. James North feel that their police officers are being ill-treated by this government, and if they're afraid to say it is our responsibility to mount this platform and to say it to the Mia Motley government, the time has come to respect the Barbados Police Service. The time has come to respect them. And I'm going to tell you something else about your police officers. You know that for the average police officer to take home what is a reasonably decent pay, he or she has to work overtime. Y'all didn't know that? That in your country, a police officer has to extend his working hours to adequately support himself and his family. But because we are proud people, because we in Barbados, as the old people used to tell us, make sure you leave the house, your clothes clean, but nobody know the state of your mind or your stomach. That's how we were brought up. Always, always present yourselves. That's what we used to be told as children. Present yourselves with dignity and self-respect. It matters not what are your personal circumstances, but present yourself to the public with dignity. And I suspect that is the state of many of our police officers. They present themselves with dignity. But if they want to make enough to support 2 and 3 children, pay a mortgage, pay rent, go to the supermarket, they have to do overtime. Work long hours, you have to work twice as long or 1.5 times as long as you're supposed to work in order to get an adequate amount. And they don't get rich doing it, you know. They don't get rich doing it, but they're doing it for the country. And you know how difficult it must be as a police officer to see millions of dollars being squandered on politicians traveling to countries. She's now telling people that in order to get loans, she has to travel. What utter nonsense is that? You don't have to go anywhere to borrow money. You don't have to go at this. Look, y'all vex? Because I vex. You vex too, ma'am? So when you can change these people? What are you going to do on the 21st of May? Precisely. Vote do John. Vote do John. Because the national problem that is this government is a local problem in St. James North. And the local problems that you have here, this road, for example, the Russian fix it. As Ryan said earlier tonight, or one of the other speakers, they collecting money from you every time you go to the fuel pump and making you believe that they're doing you a favor to fix a little road. The tricks of this government, it's galling, it's contemptuous of people's intelligence. But I come back to the police officers. I come back to the police officers because I want the police service in this country to know that this Democratic Labour Party is in their corner. I want them to know that. I want to applaud the police service in this country when we are sleeping at 2 and 3 in the morning for being out there, protecting the people of this country. And I want to apologize to the Barbados Police Service for the ill treatment that they're receiving at the hands of this government. So let it not be said that this Democratic Labour Party has not raised its voice in defense of those who suffer, and they're suffering in the Barbados Police Service tonight. But while they're suffering, there's dignity in the Barbados Police Service tonight, so we applaud them. I will wrap up by telling you a few things that are going on at the port. Because the lady said that crime is beginning in the homes. I don't know that there's any home in Barbados where guns are being made. I don't know that there are any homes in Barbados somehow. They made a lot of noise about the port. We want to ask this government if the chief of security at the port was dismissed. And if he was dismissed, who ordered it? These are questions I'm asking. I may not know the answers, but St. James North, on the eve of an election, you're entitled to know the answers. And we want to know if the chief of security at the port was dismissed. And if he were dismissed, who gave the order for his dismissal? We want to ask this government if customs officers were sent home. And we want to ask this government if the sending home, in the event that they were sent home, if those depleted numbers have made the work of the Customs Department less efficient. And if the work of the Customs Department is less efficient, it means that certain kinds of activity in relation to the movement of contraband across the borders of this country becomes easier. St. James North, you're following me? All we're doing is asking some questions. We don't know anything. So we asked about the chief of security. If he has gone home, we don't know. And we are asking because we don't know. And we are asking whether customs officers were sent home and whether the sending home of these customs officers is making the Department of Customs a less efficient place in following the movement of contraband across the borders of this country. But they're telling me that crime begins in people's bedrooms with gold chains and people who gamble. The same people that you got at the East Coast every year. Dancing and jumping, revelry, and making them believe that that is life's ultimate objective, because a lot of people in this country, a lot of young people, that is their view on life. Revelry. The philosophers would call it the hedonistic pursuit, where pleasure is your ultimate pursuit in life. And this government has created an entire culture, an ethos among young people, that there is no regard for the spirit, for the spiritual content, that it is just the outward things, the materialist things that matter, that a person's worth now becomes dependent on his material goods and his pursuit of pleasure as an ultimate pursuit. That is what this government has done to the young people of this country. So that when you saw the little children at the primary school behaving in a way that you have never seen, and I'm going to remind me immediately of this, that when that video emerged of the little children at a primary school, this is Mother's Day. Mothers, aren't you hurt? The little children in the primary school were engaging in the most vulgar acts. And your prime minister intervened and say, oh man, let us have a 5 minutes of prayer this Saturday. And she opened bush hall in somebody's backyard. The three men. And they say they're praying. They say they're praying. Make him Oxford, yes. You know this, within hours of that, she was up at Elaro Court. And I'm not going to call the entertainer's name, with one of the leading entertainers in this country, and she was gyrating the same way. Y'all remember that? You bring me down here to remind you of what you know? Well, I'm going to remind you. The video emerged of the little school children, the little primary school children in this country, gyrating on each other in the most vulgar manner. They didn't learn it at home. This government has fostered that activity among our young people. There was a BLP thing at the place they got up there by the stadium, what they call it? Botanical Gardens. Sponsored by the Barbados Labour Party. And the DJ was on top. The girl, a 13-year-old girl, I don't want to say which district she's from. And she is down on the ground. He's over her telling her what to do. That was a Barbados Labour Party event. That was, I'm not going to call his name, that was a Barbados Labour Party event. This Barbados Labour Party has fostered a culture of hedonism, a culture of moral decadence, and it has reached the little children of this country. And when it becomes exposed, your prime minister intervenes and talks about 5 minutes of prayer. Prayer to who I don't know. And within hours, she is up at Elara Court doing the same thing. That is the quality of government you have. That is the quality of prime minister you have. And you must have had that quality of representation here. But you're going to get rid of that quality of representation. Well, he's gone off to a sweet life. As somebody said here tonight, and I don't want to keep you the rest of the night, but he regarded the essence of representation as telephoning people every morning. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. He's singing happy birthday. And this country is going down. And he resigns. And he is going off to the diplomatic fields. Cocktail parties. And they bring one from the diplomatic field to replace him. And he's going to jog 3 days a week and join a gym. And that is how they treat political life. For them, that is the essence of political life. An exchange, an egocentric journey across the political institutions of this country. And who is suffering? Who is suffering from crime? Who is suffering from cost of living? Who is suffering from corruption? Not them. We are. The people in this country are suffering because we have the worst government ever in the history of this country. But I want to come back to that place down the road. And I'm ending. They will boast to you that they put a scanner in the port. We will ask another question. We will ask them how many guns, how much contraband has been exposed by that scanner. Ask them. It working? Amoy says. That's you in true Amoy. Sounds like your voice. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And crime is tearing this country apart. Look, y'all saw the video of the little boys and every man got a gun. And nobody, y'all didn't see the video? There's a new video out, Barbadians. St. James North, there's a new video out. And it shows a group of little boys in Barbados. I was listening to the accents and hoping that they were Americans or something. Right here in your country, the little teenage boys brandishing automatic weapons. Right in our faces. Where they come from? Why isn't the scanner at the port? Why did not the scanner pick up them? They were not made in any bedroom. These people want us to believe now that when a mother puts her child to her breast and feeds him, that she is feeding criminality into his system. That is as far as these people want to go. And they are failing and refusing and neglecting to properly locate the origins of crime in this country, that there are hidden faces behind crime in this country. But it suits me immortally to blame poor people. A gun costs, how much a gun costs now? 8,000 minimum. That sounds like Derek's voice. You may have to go to the police and give a statement because you... 8,000, Derek says. That's a cheap one. But it serves her to distract you by telling you that it is the poor people that go down to East Coast Road that bringing in the guns. And they're wearing gold chains. You see this image and this stereotype? That is the image and the stereotype that she is creating of the criminal. So that when you come out to your house and walk through Broad Street and you see a man with 2 chains, according to me, Immortally, the image and the stereotype that she creates, he is the criminal. Arrest him, yes. And I'm going to say something again here tonight that I've said before, and I'm not abandoning it. They have a few sycophants who walking around saying that we have not brought any proposals. Every time you hear this platform, heard Don tonight talk about the professionalization of sport, heard Simon give prescriptions for community development in this country. And we have repeatedly asked for anti-gang legislation. And I know that when we ask for anti-gang legislation, there are people in this country who see that call as a threat to them. It is an existential threat to certain people in this country who are the hidden faces behind crime. Ask me, Mortley, to expose them. Ask me, Mortley, to pass anti-gang legislation so that you will not only charge the perpetrator, but you will go to the person who gave orders to the perpetrator. This Democratic Labour Party is as serious as that. This Democratic Labour Party means business. This Democratic Labour Party intends to occupy the offices of government to clean up. To clean up. And we will not clean up crime. We will not clean up crime by going into any bedroom looking for a man with 2 gold chains. We're going to the origins of it. Win, lose, or draw, whatever is the result of that battle against crime, the battle must be joined. And the battle must be joined by a government that is not embayed with certain people. A government that is not embayed with certain people. I went to Parliament as a Barbados Labour Party representative in 2018. And I looked to my left. I looked to my left and I saw a certain man. I saw a certain man. Y'all want to hear more? Or y'all sleepy and wish to go home? Y'all are tempting me. Y'all are tempting me to call the name of the man. And I'm not going to call the name of the man. But when he was on his way in there, my God, he went up. You know the steps in there real steep? He went up those steps. And when he went up, the morale of the police service went down. And the morale of decent people went down. How he got in there? By invitation. His name was on it. Or he broke in there. He didn't break in there. So ask him how he got in there. Who wrote up that invitation? Because I saw the invitations and beautifully embossed. So he got one. I laugh. And this is called sardonic laughter. Because the old people used to say, if you don't laugh, you can go mad. And we're going to go mad if we don't laugh. But I want to know how he got in there. And I want to know, the people of Barbados want to know, who are the real criminals in this country? So if the Barbados Labour Party now wishes to distinguish itself as a party that is fundamentally and entirely different from this Democratic Labour Party, let them say to you how that man got in that parliament. This is serious business tonight. We're not joking about this. Never had it so in real life. My brother from St. Thomas says, I recognize your voice. You worked with me all yesterday. Never had it like this in our lives. I want you all to get home safely tonight. I don't want to keep you all out here for the rest of the night. But we've asked certain questions here tonight. And I hope we have demonstrated to you that this Barbados Labour Party is not seriously interested in dealing with the issue of crime that is destroying our lives. They're not seriously interested in it. And that a prime minister is making speeches that are described as diversion, distraction from the issue. Don't go into people's bedrooms looking for the origins of crime. Go to the real origins. Pass anti-gang legislation in this country. Pass it. Stop dog dancing, as my grandmother used to say, around the issue. Go straight to the issue. Go straight to the source of the problem. You may fail or you may succeed. But the people in this country want you to make the effort. And it is a wasted effort. And it is a dishonest effort. If you are asking the people in this country to peep into each other's bedrooms in the villages, the nooks and crannies across working class Barbados, pass anti-gang legislation. And pass it quickly. Have the political will. Show that you are seriously interested in dismantling the criminal empires that are destroying this country. This is serious business. We must have the courage to say these things. And I want to say to you that when you say these things on this platform, you're putting yourself at risk. But courage is the most enabling of all the virtues. We are honest. And we are honest voices for the people. And we come to speak the truth. And we come with integrity. And we come with decency. But as I've said, those are virtues. But the most enabling virtue of all is the virtue of courage. And we must have the courage at this juncture in Barbados' history to say to the people of this country, what is the real source of crime and where it is located? We have come to you tonight to say on an abundance of evidence. The evidence is there. That relationship has displayed itself evidentially in this country by visitations to your August Parliament, by a system called speed dial. And the people in Barbados now know this. And the people in Barbados are silent on it. And I suspect the people of St. James North have the same reservations and fears about the activities of this government and the propensity of this government and the disposition of this government insofar as the scourge of crime is concerned. Is your government willing and ready and able to fight crime? Is your government ready, willing, and able to fight crime? They are not. And if they're not ready, willing, and able to fight crime, if they're not ready, willing, and able to involve themselves politically as they are meant to do in crime, in fighting crime, what do, Barbados? Get rid of them. Get rid of them. And St. James North, it begins here. Because the problem of crime anywhere in Barbados is the problem of crime everywhere. And if there's crime in the bowels of St. Michael, it is a problem in St. James North. If there's crime in St. Lucie, it is a problem in St. James North. This morning at the top of Broad Street, a few Sundays ago at a gas station in Curtains, Sunday morning, and we haven't said anything about it as a party, but David Durant, Pastor David Durant, I applaud you. You had the courage among all the people in this country, pastors, non-pastors, Jews and Gentiles, those who may not have had the courage to say it. Pastor Durant came out and said, not on Sunday Easter. And Pastor, if you're here tonight, I applaud you for having the courage to come out and condemn those who desecrated one of the most holy days in the year in our religious culture. That what occurred at Kensington, that is alien to us. December the 25th and Easter Sunday in our culture, in our religious culture, in our humble country, those have been 2 days that have been sacred. And under this government, under this permissive government, people now feel that they have the right to desecrate the most sacred of our holidays. That decent people in Barbados mean nothing to this Barbados Labour Party. We are nothing. We are complainers. We always vex. Yes, we vex. We vex because we are not living in the country that we used to recognize. We don't recognize this country now. And you would have thought that they would have put it to the Monday. But they put it on the Sunday. On the Sunday. Under a government that enables. This government is enabling the most immoral behavior ever seen publicly in this country. And you saw the videos of that event. If you were in any doubt as to what that event would have done to people morally and psychologically and spiritually, you saw the videos. I wonder if Pastor Jurek saw them. How the people were behaving. That is all evidence of a society that is in moral decay. What is the business of the government? Government, where do you stand tonight in relation to the moral degradation that is visiting this country? That is destroying this country. A village used to be able to raise a child in this country. Who is your next door neighbor? Who is your next door neighbor now? Is he following a government that is destroying community life, as Simon Clark said? Or do we feel that we can raise our children in a village where there's a community of shared values? This isn't about big words. This is about life in our country that is being destroyed under the aegis of this immoral and illegitimate government, and we have to get rid of them. No jokes. No jokes tonight, St. James North. The time has come. St. James North, let your voices be heard. Mark your X quietly in that polling booth on May the 21st. And there will not be instant freedom from oppressive government. But it will be the beginning of the end, the inevitable end that must come to the life of this government. A government that focuses on self. On self. That's what they're into. We focus on service. We focus on service above celebrity. We focus on humility above hubris. That is our focus. And tonight, St. James North, we want to invite you to visit our constituency offices on the coast, that is at Mount Stanfast. There will be one up here in Rockdando. I don't know if I can call the lady's name at this point. If I'm to call any names, I want to thank Mr. Austin Husbands. Don't know if Austin is still with us. Austin was a former candidate in this area. I want to thank him for visiting with us tonight. I want to thank him for the political communion that he has felt with this party tonight. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of you. I think I recognize, beg your pardon? Yes, the office is open. Both offices are open. Thank you very much. Thank you. There will be another, the office up the hill will be opened on Tuesday. The president and the campaign manager, Senator Andre World, take a bow, please. He's been doing fantastic work. Hartley Reid, who is responsible for the canvassing, take a bow, Hartley, wherever you are tonight. And all of the speakers who have come to this platform and who have come to this platform knowing that they're being allowed to be the best that they can be and will be and must be under this Democratic Labour Party. This is not an arrangement in which a despot is in charge. Go and look at Owen Arthur's video. Go and look at Owen Arthur's video. For the 14 years that he was Prime Minister, he got to see the anatomy of the person who now runs this country. And more than that, the person who is now running this country down. St. James North, begin the process of the elevation of your country. It is not going to be easy. It is not going to be easy to reverse the moral decadence and degradation that has afflicted this country. But as John F. Kennedy said, let us begin. Let us begin on May the 21st. And let us find ourselves somewhere that we can identify and recognize as the promised land. Barbados needs to get back to the land that was promised to us by our foreparents. the land that our parents gave to us, the land that we are unable now as parents, as mothers on Mother's Day, to promise to our children that we can give that promised land to them, because this government has excavated the promised land and all we can see are the sharp rocks of moral decay and moral decadence and degradation is afflicting this land. St. James North, your time has come. I thank you. Good night and God bless you.
And this is where we say good night, folks. We're going to be on again on tomorrow night, Monday at 7 o'clock, and we will do some more, go through the speech. We didn't get to go through the speech with Dr. Ferdinand Nichols, so we're going to review his speech, review the speech tomorrow on the show tomorrow. So we see you. Guys, we see you again tomorrow. Thank you to those who stayed. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Of course, we had Mr. Murray and we had Apostle Scantlebury. Thank you all very, very much for staying. Oh, my goodness. You all are amazing. I tell you, amazing, amazing. I can't call all the names, but whoo, ha, the loyal opposition. Whatever we do, we got to expand that opposition. All right. God bless you all. Bye-bye. Have a good night.